There it is. Hi guys, happy Thursday. Documentation day. We're gonna be doing this for half the day. I don't think it'll take more than half the day to do documentation. A good solid like 3 hours or so of documentation. It's not like we're writing design docs, you know, it's not like we have to be creative. We just need to document exactly how these platforms work. And then I'll feel happy. What are our platforms? We have... What do we have? Timed platforms. We have... moving platforms. We have... spinning platforms. Should we just call it like spinning, moving, and timed? Yeah, I don't want to fuck putting platforms in each of the names. And then we have last, well, at least we have the bounce pads. Let's start with timed. How you doing, Yui? Rent prices are normal in Morocco. Forget about they caught up, of course. I've heard it. Yeah, I saw the I saw that Micron was pulling out of the consumer market. At this point, I'm wondering if I could just sell my computer here at work for more than I bought it for. I mean, I can't even find any sites that are actually selling RAM prices. Mushroom spores. Yeah, it's like there's no options. There's 4 new offers. I don't even know if that's real. $400, $500. I could sell my RAM for $1,000. That's insane. It's absolutely wild. Okay. Timed platforms. How do we want to break up this documentation? What do we got? What we got? Timed platties. Let's do an overview section. Always helps. Can I put GIFs in U-Track? Do I have any GIFs? PNGs, GIFs. This was one of my first GIFs ever made for Golden Chronicles. Look at this. Incredible. Can I shove that in here? The fuck? Could not attach file. Why? Okay, let's try this. Try this method. Could not attach file. Okay, does an MP4 work? Can you play an MP4? Could not attach file. It's larger than 10 megabytes. An MKV does not work. Even though it's fewer than 10 megabytes. Are you serious? Why? Why? Oh my god. Really? Okay, let me try recording like a small 10 megabyte MP4. Recording, MP4, good. 20,000 bit rate. Let's lower that down to 10,000. Start recording. Stop recording. Videos, where is it? I don't see it. I see it. Okay, does this embed? Yes. Okay, if we can make it 10 megabytes or fewer, we can embed the MP4s. Lovely. That's not a horrible restriction in any sort of way. That still upsets me that I can't do like a GIF though. God, that bothers me. It would just be easier to record it and throw it up as YouTube videos. In which just unlisted YouTube videos for documentation at this point. In fact, a YouTube video might even be better than written documentation. Well, it'll be important to have both, but let's not get salty. It's only 9 a.m. Deal with the tools we have. Now we know the limitations. We'll do location and classes so that it's easy to find where these actually are in the folder and which ones to use. And they're removing de novo from Hi-Fi Rush. I see no reason to implement de novo in any games. I'm not against anti-cheat, but DRM stuff, especially for like single player games, there's no fucking point, man. Just make a good game, people will buy it. It was weird to me. Okay, those are the locations and classes to use here. I think we should make a... We should put information here in the documentation parent about configuration. That game even good, or is it just one of those overhyped games? Hi-Fi Rush? I thought Hi-Fi Rush was pretty well received, like universally. Give me a second, I'm gonna put on my coat. It's pretty cold in here right now. Night Rain, the Forsaken Hollows. Did they put a DLC for Night Rain? Oh yeah, look at this. Mixed reviews. Oof, 45%. Why? I mean, okay, my guess is that it's because just doesn't add much content. I mean, it's like 2 classes, 2 bosses. I don't know what the Shifting Earth is, but I guess people were like, I don't know, hoping for a new map or something. Overpriced DLC, pitiful amount of content. Oh, it isn't. There is a new map. Huh. I definitely wouldn't say Hi-Fi Rush is overhyped. I mean, it's got 97% positive reviews. It may just not be for certain people. Well, of course, obviously, but... You got an advert? Ugh, dude, I wish I could turn off all the ads. If I said like some slurs on the stream, would it prevent ads from ever showing for you guys? That's the only reason I would ever say slurs is if it stopped ads. That's where I'm at in life. Platform documentation. We need to go through like basic config. Or maybe just we'll say like data table config. They'll prevent ads and you. What kind of stuff plays on like Kick? Don't mind ads, as long as they're not too intrusive. In fact, got cameras close up of a guy's bulge. Okay, I look, I can't turn off pre-rolls. I do apologize, because if I could turn off pre-roll ads, I would. I don't make any money from ads anyway. I just find them annoying. I don't run any other ads, though. I make more from one sub than I do in, like, a month from ads. Yeah. Can't Twitch is desperate. Yeah, they are. We'll see how just how desperate they are based on how long Nina Lynn stays banned. We'll stay like limitations. I think all platforms probably have their limitations to some extent. Platform documentation, we could also put climbability. You know how Twitch could be successful? Do you know what would work? I'll show you. Here's what would work. Put the advert here. No sound. Worst case. Here. No sound. Nobody would have much of a problem. That's it. That's all you have to do. But it's, you know, they don't have like good rewind features like YouTube, where if I get desynced from a YouTube live stream, it doesn't really matter that much. Twitch is horrible. It'll just, you'll be watching some amazing gameplay clip, bam, stupid fucking ad, mutes the stream. You can't do anything about it. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Need to get better at documenting what I'm developing instead of jumping with both. Dude, I do the same thing. This is as much practice for me as it would be for you. I used to document more. When I was working on our train simulator, I made over 500 pages of documentation. But you know, when I'm working like mostly alone, I don't know. 500 is too much, but also not doing any is too little. Do we need to put anything else? Mesh data. Maybe we could just have a section where, oops, I clicked on Epic Games Launcher. Shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. We'll do each of the sections. Climbability. Step off behavior. Timer data. Is that it? No, we also have overlay material data. And destruction data. I don't really think we need to put anything else other than these sections. Hey, no green coke. 5 stream streak. Damn. I hate the whole attitude of pay more or watch ads. It's kind of like acceptable blackmail. Yeah, it is dumb. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Just on my channel, please use any ad block you can. I hope it works. If you are looking for like a really cheap solution or maybe like a gift for the holidays, I highly recommend getting a Raspberry Pi. They're very cheap. They're very nice. These are in Polish zloty, but of course we can find, you know what, Amazon would have them. Get like a nice Pi 4 or Pi 5 kit. I don't think you need to go too crazy with what you're getting, but one of these kits is very nice. And you're going to install Pi-hole. Fantastic free software. Amazing. Beautiful. Super easy to install. Incredibly easy. And it is network-wide ad blocking. You can even reroute your phone's DNS through this and it'll block ads on your mobile devices. Incredible. Highly recommend. Super stable, super easy to set up. It'll block all your ads. The only thing that it won't block is like embedded ads, which is like what YouTube uses. So you will have to use something like uBlock. And you can still install uBlock Origin on Chrome. I know they removed it, but what you do, you download uBlock, and I think within your, there's a way to install like unverified, like you can enable developer mode and still install uBlock Origin on Chrome or on any other browser. So sold your Pi, get another Pi, get Pi-hole. This was like the easiest thing to set up ever. I really don't like installing stuff on Linux, but this was like just plug in, run one command, and it guides you through the rest of things, and it's done. It's incredible. uses Chromie. Well, I'm just saying, I'm saying I know uBlanc was like, you know, they beaned it because they're angry and mad that you don't want to watch ads for stuff you're not going to buy anyway, but you can still install it. Getting so hot it was turning the case red? What? All in one rabbit. You can get some coolers for them. You can get some like passive or active coolers. I think they're all as bad. Yeah, they're all kind of shit, aren't they? A full aluminium case, wow. Could I copy? No, I don't think that's important. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm tired. No, that'll work. I forget how many spaces we need to put between this to actually break it up. I think it's 3. Yeah. Didn't work with state trees yet. A little bit. A little bit. It's funny you say that because I was watching another UE5 streamer who was messing around with state trees, and he ran into the exact same problems and like bugs and confusing bullshit that I did. And I felt so bad because I'm like, no, I want to save you from this pain. I need to jump back in though. I do need to learn them. But last time I messed with them was like Unreal 5.4 and they were pretty buggy. But I think now that they are fully released, they're a bit better. I did find them confusing. It was a lot of its own terminology. Like it was its own editor, its own terminology, its own way of doing things. There wasn't a whole lot of knowledge from behavior trees that you could convert over into knowledge that would help you with state trees. And if you treated state trees the same way that you treat behavior trees, it's not going to work. Like you're not going to be successful. And so we spent 2 days messing around with them, and what we came up with after 2 days is that I made no progress and I learned all the wrong ways to use state trees. But none of the right ways. State completed, succeeded. There was something that they didn't really talk about too much, but let me pull it up. And maybe this will help because I didn't see it in documentation much. But it kind of started to unlock some things for me, but it didn't fix the problem. Using event gameplay tags to drive your trees. I wanted to make a hybrid utility AI that was using state trees and mass, but I mean, man, if I can't even figure out state trees, what am I gonna do? Yeah, I wanted to learn it because we wanted to make we still want to make a spiritual successor to Majesty. It's an old game, but go much deeper into like character relationships and story creation, similar to like RimWorld or Sims to a certain extent, Dwarf Fortress. Do you have an Unreal AI assistant? It could help, yeah. Yeah, actually, that does exist now, and that could be of use. One thing that I can say that helped me was Let me find a good example here. Here, this. You can turn off specific tasks to be considered for completion. The problem that I found that it didn't really tell me much anywhere, or I must have missed, was that tasks are not run in order. They are run concurrently. So you don't want to have tasks set up in a list because they don't fire one after the other. You want to break up tasks more granularly into the tree itself and then mark specific tasks as being considered for completion of the transition or of the tree as a whole. I don't know if that helps at all or if I'm just saying stuff that you probably already know. Like I said, they're still confusing to me. Yeah, get location, move to location, wait. Yeah, so like you might have get location run at the entrance of that tree. A move to location would be a separate task, like a separate state is moving, and then the waiting as a separate thing too. But realistically, you would want to decouple your like get location, move to location, and wait so that you could reuse them throughout different states. I don't know. We're gonna jump back into it one day because I need to figure out how to use them, but yeah, very different from like behavior trees and stuff. They seem cool, but I don't know how to use them yet. And the only progress I made in 2 days was not using them correctly to produce the correct outcome. Kind of. And then it couldn't work anymore. And I got frustrated. Made a simple patrol, chase, and search AI in state trees? It's more than I made. How does that look from just a basic breakup of data? I think it looks alright. These could have another space between them, maybe. Yeah, that's good enough. Main issue I had was going back to patrol after 3 seconds of searching. You'd have to provided some... I don't know. No, I'm not going to speak because I don't know. I don't know for sure. But from what it sounds like, you had the issue with like choosing what to do after you had completed one of the subtrees. I also had that problem. Timed platforms. Don't tell me they're a type of platform that I can. Shut up. Timed platforms. Actually, I will use part of that. Stop telling me to stop auto-completing. I know how to write. I'm not 14 and stuck on TikTok and raised on Cocomelon, okay? Fuck, but I do want to write some of... Ugh. I'm not dumb. But this is kind of smart. You know what I don't like about it is that I'm like reading what it's like suggesting, but then I forget what I'm actually wanting to write. Can I turn that off? How do I turn this off? Yeah, it is. It's overriding my thoughts. It's really annoying. Like I'm trying to rubber duck my way through this in a way that's understandable, but it's preventing me from doing that. AI features? Oh, I see it. Okay. It is an AI feature. I'll use it for the grammar spelling correction, though. That's fine. Look at the keyboard and not the screen when you type. No, because I played RuneScape when I was a kid and I know how to type. Because if I didn't type selling 100 lobbies, buying Rune Simi, you know, you can't be staring down here when you have to look at the trades that are coming in. Some platforms are platform that once the player touches it will start to light up and then either disappear or get destroyed after a configurable amount of time. Once destroyed, disappeared, you can configure the platform to either respawn with a delay. Platform encourages quick action and thinking the part of the player, as well as encouraging them to think about the route kind of just a different way to say what I already said. I don't want to get too deep. It's just documentation, not design. Is it autocompile build materials when you test, play, and edit or something? What do you mean? Oh, for Yuli. I think Yuli's in Unity, right? Or some other engine? I don't know how those engines work these days. Custom renderer. Oh shit. Hey, if you need help, Yuli, you know, you can talk to somebody about it, okay? I'm here for you. I'm gonna be honest, I have such mixed feelings about Markdown. I really do. I think you can accomplish so much more if you know what you're doing in like Microsoft Word. But the problem is that very few other members of the team like Word over Markdown. Word has its limitations too. But I'll tell you what, when like a publisher is asking for a document, you probably don't want to show them Markdown. The end of the timer. Platform will remove all collision, allowing the player to fall right through. Enable physics. Well, it's not really enabling physics. It's more like fracturing a pre-configured geometry collection. Fall to the ground with physics. Until all broken pieces come to a rest or are alive for some time. I don't like the way it's worded. Fall to the ground with physics and fractured pieces, also without collision with the player, will disappear after a short while. Functionally, this is no different than the disappear class. The destruction aspect is only visual and will not impact gameplay in any way. Ray tracing is so attractive, I can just implement it and all my problems are fixed. Well, now try explaining that to players who say that they don't understand ray tracing. Because it is really nice just to have lumen, and you know that you're... Oh, there was compiling there. Having all your lighting just taken care of. It is nice. And it really does look nice when it looks nice. Being able to just get some nice like GI and green coloring on associated I don't know, it's just nice. It just works. But man, is it expensive. Main Lumen haters spawned. I am a Lumen, I would go out on a date with Lumen. I would not marry Lumen. But it also depends on Lumen's current feelings and what we plan to talk about. Very fickle individual. Not marriage material, though. We should add here too, if a respawn is configured, the platform will instantly appear in the original spot and be ready to repeat this list. Post it on memes. I like how you post your game development on memes when we have like a million channels for game dev. Not that I think you should put them there, but I just find it funny. The edge is bothering you? Oh, here? At the doorway? Do you not have like point lights or anything? Or light baking? Oh, requires complex shader logic, not smart enough for it? Well, me neither. You got more knowledge than me on that. We'll do after the configured delay. Functionally, this is no different than the destroy class. It's still unreal. There's 3 things I've learned from this channel. It's these. 1, Lumen sucks. 2, 9 is awesome. 3. I'll say it. I've said it a lot. Here's how good SSGI, so screen space global illumination, can look. This is its peak greatness, its peak shittiness, okay? This is how good Lumen can look. higher highs, lower lows. However, this is the cost of SSGI here. Make a little graph. Pretend that that's down there. You know what? I'll fix it. Just for you, chat. This is the price of SSGI. This is the cost of Lumen. And this has been coming down. The trend for this is going this way. It's just really fucking slow. And this is also improving too. But very slowly. Just like take like screenshots of this. Trying to think the best way to show this. Never really had to write a whole lot of technical documentation in my time. I'm usually writing design documents. I think about Polish boars was something I learned. Hey, you guys still need to think of games that we can play for charity next week. Lumen is brute force method, which is less stable, not as fast as probes in RTX-GI, but RTX-GI is unstable in AMD because it uses NVAPI. I mean, RTX-GI looks nice, and it certainly runs better than Lumen, but it looks nowhere near as good as Lumen can look. But in my opinion, it's the perfect middle ground between SSGI and Lumen. I just wish Lumen was getting better faster, because Lumen, when done correctly, can look so fucking good. Yes, it's expensive, but it is becoming a lot cheaper. The old original demo for ray tracing for Lumen was on Unreal 4, like some, like Unreal 4.5 between 4 and 5.0, right? It was the Star Wars Stormtroopers demo in the hallway. That was running at 24 FPS in real time on like 96 gigabytes of VRAM. It was ridiculous the amount of power that was needed to run that in real time. Now we can run that demo at double the frame rate minimum on a consumer card, a single consumer card, a 4070 in this case. So it is getting better, and that was with the old methods of doing Lumen. So the GPUs have gotten better, Lumen itself from the software side has gotten better, motion vector algorithms have gotten better. It's just not happening as fast as people would like, and that's a fair criticism. I just don't know what we can do about it, right? But sometimes it's nice to remind ourselves that it has come a long way. Hardware's getting more rare. That too. I don't know what we can do about that either. I don't know. Don't overclock your system. Better yet, turn off your computer. Never touch a computer again. Play with hoops and sticks. Go do it. I mean, Lumen, to be fair, is also it's two technologies. It's the global illumination aspect and the reflections, and you can turn on or off either. I wish they had done a bit more to improve SSGI and screen space reflections, SSRs between Unreal 4 and 5, but they didn't because they were putting all their money on Lumen. And I think Lumen will become one of those things that is super cheap to run in the future, but right now it's just not. It's very impressive that we can actually run ray tracing in real time, though. That's never been done before, and it was pretty much considered impossible to do. I mean, can't they just copy and paste the tooltips that I wrote? Is that cheap? Yes. Does it work? In some cases, this will work just fine. Nothing's impossible to do except getting RAM for less than the price of a used car. Dude, it's insane. We were talking about that at the start of the stream. I bought my RAM for... In this computer, what did I buy my RAM for? Is this my work computer? 13, no. No. It's my home computer. And I have to, by the way, I have to pay a 23% VAT tax because I live in Poland. So I bought 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM for... $230. Which would have been like, what, 180 or something after with VAT tax removed? I can now sell this for $1,000. That's insane. AMD Fidelity FX SSSR? That's too many S's. Yeah, Micron's I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I think that in a lot of cases, you know, we've done it to ourselves. Western nations have done it to ourselves. This is what you get when you cede control of major markets to foreign countries. You have no other solution except just sucking it up and dealing with it. And it would take years to build a factory that could do the same thing on our own soil. Upgrade your 2 times 32 to 2 times 64. What do you need that much RAM for? What are you doing? Running Discord and Chrome at the same time? Jesus. I don't think I've had the Discord memory leaks that people have been talking about. It doesn't run poorly for me. He's rendering a Disney movie? Discord is, you're right, that's true. It is Chromium. I kind of miss having my Chromebook. I liked having my Chromebook. The thing was tiny, it was light, the battery was insane, and it was great to just like take on the go and write shit with. What's the next section here? The mesh data. Should probably put what these are. Some of these are obviously pretty easy to understand. If there's a B, there's a Boolean. I'm writing this for a level designer that is not super technical though, so I want to kind of make it obvious or help a little bit here. $64 is fine when you have your 1080 Ti, but recently got a 5090. Growing your interest in playing with local AI models. I mean, I do some stuff with local AI models too, but I haven't even ever had to use more than my 64. But I guess you're doing some crazier stuff with it. Retired to your Plex server. Were you lucky enough to buy like the Plex Lifetime back when it was super cheap? Isn't it expensive now? I need a better way of... Maybe a table would be nice here. Especially I could move that over, but I think it auto adjusts. I think that's better. Did buy the Lifetime, but I don't remember how much it was. Not employed, so nothing feels super cheap. Hey. I haven't had a salary for 3 years. I have stream hardware that's starting to die, and it's like, you know what? If it dies, it's over, because I can't replace it. God forbid one of my computers dies or something. Thankfully, I guess I could steal some parts from my streaming computer, but let's hope this doesn't happen. What's going on with memory prices? From what I know, and I could be completely wrong, the AI market is using so many resources and spending so much money on it that the consumers can't get their hands on the RAM, and these companies cannot produce enough to meet consumer and data center demands, and so they're starting to choose data centers over consumers, and RAM prices are inflating incredibly. Never had a salary on disability? Well, I hope you're happy. Or at least trying to find happiness. Yeah, one of the big 3 consumer creators for RAM just announced yesterday that they are leaving the consumer market. So prices will only go up higher. So if you have your DDR5 RAM right now, hold on to it. It is literally worth more than gold in weight. Actually, how much it... $10 to 30 grams. Okay, it's not more expensive than gold per gram. But the scary part is that it's getting close to it. Not happy at all, it sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I want to get a job in tech, but it needs to be fully remote due to my disability. The ship has kind of sailed on that. Remote jobs in tech? I thought they were still hiring people remotely. Back down with the bubble pops? Yeah, but when is that gonna happen? I think it would go down once there were more, manufacturers in place. But they're not really doing that, are they? Yeah, finding a job right now is just a pain in the ass. I'm not having any luck either. I was talking with a friend who's not in a good position either, and I don't know, I'm so fucking tired of this industry. I'm only here because I love what I do. Will Rage did scalpers for hiking the prices of PS5s? Maybe, I don't know, maybe at this point, I don't know if you can extract the RAM from like a PS5, but if you could, and solder it onto some sticks or something, maybe you can make some money. I mean, imagine the price of a a Steam machine now with this increase. And those things are probably going to be priced at like 800 bucks either way. Minimum. Destroyed my PS5 to buy my new car. There's no way that you can just pull out the RAM, right? It's got to be like, it's got to be a custom board. Not Rampage. I don't want to see somebody like stabbing their PS5. A lot of aluminium on that, Jesus Christ. The whole thing is a fucking heatsink. Whoa, look at that design. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that. I don't know. I don't know. I have no work history, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, that sucks. Have you tried stuff like game dev or, you know, even like content creation? I mean, I'm not trying to ask you like what your disability is and if you can, you know, sit in front of a computer or something, but maybe just something to do at home. What is this? E-timed platform step off behavior. What is a name? Yeah, I was just asking if there's like maybe some opportunity to do like content creation, you know, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch or something. Make some money from that. I don't know, I'm sure you've thought about it way more than I have. Can I plug a... Oh no, I can't plug a list into this. Okay. Okay, if it's chunky. It's documentation. What am I making here? I'm just making documentation. Kind of boring, but good opportunity to just chat and hang out today. We'll be doing some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 later. Timer data. There we are. 2 floats. Respawn timer and platform timer. Hey, if you find anything out if you find anything out about the state tree stuff, let me know. It saved me some pain on my own. Stealth style game in the same vein as Tenchu. Sounds cool. I wish you luck. The state trees seem really awesome. Got Discord? Yes. You can type !Discord. Get a link. You can post it anywhere. That's the overlay material. That probably should be a material instance, but it should be a material instance. Difference is your game will be brutal, you get spotted, you're dead. Damn. Unless face-to-face combat, you're an assassin, so you can be seen or detected. I like that. I like playing games like that, you know, like Dishonored or something, and trying to be a ghost. Get in, get out, nobody knows. Makes for good hardcore plays too, and I think it is more niche though. It is more niche, but that's not a bad thing necessarily, unless you're AAA, because you're scared of losing one customer. Okay, Destruction Rust Collection. Geometry Collection. What are the limitations of our platforms? What do we got? For sure the destruction ones are kind of annoying because you need to have a geometry collection set up, and not all meshes are super great to just destroy through chaos fracturing. You can make like a thread or a Buddhist if you want, or there is also a developer like forums if you just want to like spam in there in a forum thread. It's up to you. Require infusions every 3 weeks. Oh shit. Insurance you got covers all that? I'm glad to hear that. If I begin making too much money, I can lose my disability. Okay, I can't compare with that, and I'm not gonna try to. But in a similar vein, I can't even apply for unemployment right now because I am self-employed. And if I don't make any money, I don't qualify for unemployment. If I don't make enough of the right kind of money, I cannot apply for unemployment. Like, what are you supposed to do at that point? Dumb systems. The people that actually need the assistance or help, it's nearly impossible to get, but then somehow others are just able to scam the system and live off of that forever. Horrible. Yeah, it's dumb. Both of these platforms is the lack of support for actors. However, you can easily make children classes or combine multiple meshes into one for the override. For destruction platforms specifically, this does require a valid geometry collection, which for some meshes can be cumbersome or visually off-putting to make. Easily might sound dismissive or oversimplify what readers consider a complex task. I don't think combining meshes is a complex task, but thank you, AI assistant, for being dumb. Alright, I think that looks pretty decent. Of course, we might need to come back and touch these up once the primary individual who will be looking at this does look at it and, you know, tells me if he finds it understandable along with our in-game documentation and visual aids here, right? Because you can just see how these platforms work. And I think that all this in conjunction should make it pretty easy to figure out. Women writing legislation to govern the internet and technology. Oh man, dude, I'm tired of politicians. I think when I was in like middle school and high school, it was like, okay, I lean this way. And then I lean the other way a bit. Then I lean the other way a bit. Then the other way. And then you get old enough and you're like, oh, no, they're all just dumb. They're all dumb and just want money and power. Okay. I see now. How you doing, Sonorous? Moving platforms. Moving platforms. Should we just like duplicate this and fill it out? I can clone these, right? No, but I can copy. Let's see. These do have quite a few more configurable options. Platforms moving. Hmm. Technically, the only one that we have to use and should be used is this one. Okay, location. Class. I got drunk, blacked out, and robbed a tech store because I searched my emails. Cannot find where I bought my RAM from. Sounds about right. That can be deleted. We'll take a new screeny of the peony. Or actually of details, in this case, not the peony. Probably wouldn't recommend taking a screeny of the peony. Platform data. This should all be default, right? Yeah. Oh god, I have to put documentation for spline events, though. It'd be horrible. We might need a whole section on spline events. But I also just don't know if they're going to be used to a significant amount. I'm unsure. Spline functionality. We'll explain just a little bit about how this works and how the how to view it. I don't know. It's written documentation kind of sucks, doesn't it? For moving platforms, we always have a spline that acts as the guide rail for the moving platform itself. Or added aid. A handy text box is visible above these splines that shows the length in UE units. Is it in centimeters? No, that would be too many. RTX soundtrack? This is Wii. Yeah, but I'm wondering if this is if this is showing, because I think Unreal units are decameters, right? In this case, like this length would be 21.6 meters. Easy to test. It won't be perfect because it is curved. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Would it be better to show this number not as like this, but format it as 21.68 meters. That's crazy, Yuli, that you know this from like some YouTuber and not from actually playing the Wii. I feel very old. Where do we build the... What's here? Or to text. Bum, 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 bum. We turn off the grouping. It's just construction script, so it might, you know, I don't really care about performance in this case. It didn't really bother it that much. I don't really know what half to even for the rounding mode means, but it is working, so I assume that we're fine. It's 2 meters. It is definitely not 2 meters. 100% not 2 meters. This is 2 meters. This is 1 meter actually, so if we scale this up, this is only 2 meters in each direction. Some things in Unreal are in centimeters, some things are in decameters. This is in decameters for spline length. You were just testing me though, right? Understandably. Why is it like that? I don't know, different interns working on different functions. I don't know. Don't ask me. More conversions. You wouldn't want to do this on runtime, of course, but construction script should be fun. Just textbook case of the number of conversions you absolutely should not do during runtime. But it's fine for this. How does that look on something really small? Not that I would imagine that we ever have cases of this being really small. Oh yeah, it works fine. It works. That looks better. That looks a lot better. The only thing that I'm not really a fan of that would do though is that now our distance per second, which might not even be the proper distance per second. It'd be nice if we could line up those values to be consistent. What is this? What if I do 21.68? What does that mean? Is that going to be one? Okay, times 100. I can't even go that high. That would be 1 second. So 10 seconds would be 116.8. Yeah, 10 seconds each way then. So it does line up. It lines up. So distance per second is decameter. I think that's the right term, decameters? It is decameters, right? One-tenth of a centimeter is what those units are in on the variable. I think it's decameters. Hold on. Metric distance chart. I need the term for it though. Decimeters, not decameters. Decimeters. I always get that one messed up. Post a third to start the state tree spam. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'll take a look at it probably after work. You're 28, but from Africa. Where are you from in Africa? That's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever known anybody from Africa. I was like, what the fuck is a dicometer? Shut up. I guess here's my question then from like a logical point of view, right? Because doing this mental conversion is just kind of a pain in the ass. It would be easier if this was shown in decimeters, but also who the fuck wants to make a spline and have it be shown in decimeters? What I could do is make multiple... I could do this. I don't know if it'll work. I don't like this one. I'm gonna undo this, but I want to see it first. What if we changed distance per second instead of adding stupid fucking text that multiplies a number by 10? You know, easy mental math. we changed distance per second to operate on meters. It shouldn't be distance per second, it should be something like meters or centimeters per second. Or even just change the name of it to decimeters per second. Realistically though, we should change it to meters per second, I would say. Would be the smart thing to do. I mean, fuck showing that, right? We don't need to do that. Waste of time. %, refactoring distance per second to meters per second would be really good. You dream about making a spline, seeing the length of it shown in hands? Can use yards or feet, but I'd rather hands. It's, dude, it's not, like, I'm from the US, right? So it's like, I know, or I don't know, I grew up with gallons and fluid ounces and cups and stuff, and I do think, like, for baking, I like measuring cups a lot. But after moving to Poland, it's not like I've learned metric that much better, or learned how to, like, visualize it in my mind. Like, I can't visualize a meter. I can visualize a foot. But now I've also forgotten how to visualize some parts of imperial system, so basically I am just stupid and I can't visualize either that well anymore. Did we say wind speed in meters a second? And I think of wind speed in miles per hour. I don't know, it's just, my life is a mix of imperial and metric at this point, and not to the betterment of anyone, myself, or my brain. Horrible. Let me make a duplicate of this real quick. We want an input of 2 to be 2 meters per second. Our maximum should be 10 meters per second, I think, right? Because distance per second is in decimeters. Am I doing the math in the right way there? Our maximum that we wanted before was 1,000. Anything more than that, it starts to bug out the player character. So that's our safe maximum. So yeah, 1,000 decimeters is 100 meters. I'm just second guessing myself at this point. So no. Kill me, just kill me. Yeah, it's 100 meters, okay. Maximum is 100 meters per second, okay. New default is 2 meters a second. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Just give me 1 second. I'm bursting at the seams here. Enjoy the music. tiny, yeah, that's me. Little girl bladder. I can visualize the meter, but I internally process it as 3 feet. Measurements. What I don't like though is, you know, like a recipe here in Europe will sometimes say, oh, just use 180 grams of butter. I'm like, what do you want me to do? To go on my bathroom scale, weigh myself without the butter, and then weigh myself with different amounts of butter until I find 180 grams? What the fuck are we doing? Or like, do 200 grams of flour. I'm like, how many fucking cups is that? I have measuring cups. Pinch. Well, like a pinch is what? Supposed to be like a, what, like a teaspoon? I'm sorry, measuring cups are superior. I can do liquids in you know, milliliters, and I can do non-liquids in measurement cups, okay? I'm not buying a kitchen scale, just tell me how many cups it is. Yeah, but cups can't have measurement in grams because everything weighs differently. Measurement cups do have volumetric measurement. In the US, there's like a...
I'm gonna come.
Ooh, nice. The US is pretty nice because you can buy sticks of butter and they have the measurements here. Like, that's really nice. So you can just cut into it with a soft knife and then unwrap the part that you need. I like that. You can't really get that here in Europe, unfortunately, which is kind of annoying. There's the tablespoons. So it makes it really nice. Maybe you can get these in Europe, but I haven't seen them in Europe yet. These people here just shut the fuck up. Because they don't have you can get no, people do bake with measuring cups in Poland. But it's just, there's this mix of like using measuring cups and stuff like that and having like a kitchen scale. Yeah, the liter of water being 1 kilo is fair enough. But, you know, if they tell me like, oh, use, I don't know, 300 grams of buttermilk or something, it's like... what am I supposed to do? You know, do a density test in water to figure out how much water it displaces, and therefore that's the volume? Like, just tell me 1.5 cups. That's it. That's way nicer. Oh yeah, we were refactoring, weren't we? Distance per second. Setting play rate. If spline length, wait, spline length is in decimeters. So we need to just multiply by 10. Am I crazy about that? If I set this to 2. Yeah, but play rate's different. Play rate is... Let me just see what this does. Oh. Nothing, because I didn't load that data layer. It's It's doubled. Yeah, I think that's correct. 20 meters in length, 2 meters per second, 10 seconds each way. I will wait and then press play on a stopwatch just to be 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Early past home. I'll never be good at cooking. Cooking, I think that, I don't know. I don't find cooking bad, but it just depends on what you're cooking. I love, you know, easy meals, crock pot meals. Stuff I can make in a single pot or pan. Love that shit. Oh, you know what? I know why it's 5 and not 10. It's because the play rate of the spline is or the length of the spline is 2 seconds, not 1 second. If it was 1 second, I could do multiply by 10, but because it's 2 seconds, I have to multiply by 5. That's why it's weird to have the 5 there, even though we're dealing with meters and decimeters. Do we use distance per second anywhere else? Maybe in spline events? No, we just get playback position. So that shouldn't be broken in any way. I mean, the microwave stuff is nice. It does have a lot of chemicals and stuff and shit, though. But don't get me wrong, I mean, I don't know, like, I would prefer like a small oven with something as opposed to like a microwave. Just for better quality. Get some like frozen pizzas or something. That's cheap as shit, right? They still have those Jack's pizzas? Oh yeah. Jack's were good. They've definitely increased in price though. I remember getting these for like $2. But they're SNAP eligible. Good. They better be. Frozen pizza. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, that's a good refactor. I'm happy with that. Just need to set the default back down to 2. We need to rename. Meters per second. Save. Close. Don't save. Reload. Too much extra work, they take too long to bake. Well, 15 minutes? You can't wait 15 minutes? Okay, meters per second. Just change the default. down to 2. And then set the limit here to 0 to 100. And just to be safe, do another close, restart, and check for broken structures. I mean, I think that your internal organs are gonna like you if you be a little bit nice to them, right? Another super cheap, very cheap meal I like is just some frozen veggies. Get some yummy ones like this, and then get like a package of provincial herbs or some other stuff. I mean, this is what, like fucking $1? And then just take some like frozen turkey or something in a pan. Okay. Not frozen turkey, I'm sorry. I was thinking ground turkey. Take some ground turkey in a pan, throw it in there, cook it, add your veggies, cook it 10-15 minutes. Healthy, cheap meal. Oh, oh, oh. Moving platform base. Close and recheck. It's an annoying bug that they refuse to fix in Unreal. If you're curious too, if you can take like one hour to prep, oddly enough, on our YouTube, I actually have a chili recipe for a crock pot. It's really nice. And you can see my entire recipe, and we make it from scratch. That was for a 24-hour stream, but it was fun. Very, very easy to do, especially if you want to just soak your own beans overnight first. Yeah, I stream here for my office. I'm like, okay, I promised I'd make chili for everybody, but it wasn't the greatest location. But then, you know, it's just a crock pot, so it just heats and it'll last for like 2 days. Good stuff. So 1 hour of prep and you get like 6 meals out of it. 5 to 6 meals. Alright, we fixed your issue. We're all good. Those should all be down to 2 now. Oh, not this one. Default 250. Oh, did we set a default of 250 here? Yeah. Okay. It's fixed. What led me to move into Poland? I got a lady here. And work. And it's nice. Two. 2, just make sure those are okay. We'll make sure these are good too. Remember, there are ladies here too. We meet online? Yeah, we met when we were in high school still. And we were just friends. But we kind of liked each other, but like, you know, she was here in Europe and I was in the US. Long time ago. She catfished him. We met on Facebook back when I still had a Facebook account, and we were chatting, and you know, we were in high school and stuff, so we were just like chatting about daily stuff and interests. But it was just working so well that we did like each other. But you know, it's like, how the fuck were we ever gonna meet up in person? She posed as a femboy. Hey, I've seen in those pants. It's all femme and no boy. I was disappointed immediately. Let's make sure those are working. Oop, wrong button. Oh, I fucked it up actually. We do need the... I fucked it up because I deleted our usage of the spline length itself. I was like, wait, hold on. Speed is supposed to be constant despite spline length, but it's absolutely not constant despite spline length. Oopsies. What was our calculation here prior? Oh, we could probably just throw the division back in. Man, my wife and I have a pretty wild story. We fell out of communication for many years after that, unfortunately. And then rekindled the communication when she was in Japan studying. And that's where we met up for the first time. I saved up money. We met in Japan and I proposed there. Moving almost as fast as lesbians. They are not moving at all now. They are constant though. That's the important thing. I just need to not be dividing that, but probably... What is our number here? 2 meters a second. 10. This would be like 2,000 divided by 10. 1 over 200. I think we were off by 10. Factor of 10. It was pretty much just, yeah, it was asking a question to strangers in groups. That's literally it. There's no reason that it should have worked. And I had dated some people, you know, in between. So, like, we talked, we fell out of communication, I dated some other people, and then I was just like, you know what? Fuck these people. How's that first girl I met? Classic young kid thinking he can find better when he already found the best. Idiot. Remember what the question was? No. My wife would know. We fixed this, right? They are moving constant now, which is good. How do I find a girlfriend? Yeah, buying girlfriend 10K. More like 100K now. Fucking inflation. What up, Paxi? That should be 10 seconds. 1,002. Wait. 20 seconds. That's 2 times too long. What are we doing? Is that right? Yeah, that is now 10 seconds long, which means we need to double the play rate. That looks better. Okay. Bit obnoxious. These girlfriends are costing 100K, they better come with a stick of RAM. That's how you get catfished. Is that a stick of RAM in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? What if I said both? Finally making progress in your game? Good. God. About time, Paxian. Gross. No, I'm happy for you. Got lucky to buy RAM before the crash. Hey. All I can hope is that none of us ever have to, in any time recent or close, load up memtest and have some errors. Please, I pray for myself and everyone in chat that our RAM operates without issue and error for the next 5 years. Amen. And a woman. Okay, well, that was a good change. Now we can write the documentation about it. Oh god. You've been getting blue screens. No. Have you really? Oh shit. I mean, maybe it could just be one stick. If you're familiar, run memtest 86. You just install this to a flash drive, and this will run on boot. It could just be one stick though. You can, I don't know how big your sticks of RAM are, but if they're like, you know, 8 or 16 each, you can get away with running one for a little while. You don't want to mix RAM though. But I'll tell you something, and I don't even know if DDR4 is any cheaper right now. Decent DDR4 RAM is really not that significantly slower than DDR5. A decent cast latency DDR4, you'll be just fine. But this is free. You just install this on a flash drive, you boot up to it, you let it run, and it'll tell you if your RAM has issues, which stick has the issues, where are the issues, and that way you'll know if it's just one stick that's the problem, both sticks, what are the problems. Really good software. I'm gonna steal your crypto. What am I gonna do with crypto? All I do is lose money. Okay, that's better. Windows has memtest built in now? PFN list corrupt. To be fair, I've never seen that error. Problem with the system's memory management due to a faulty driver. Corrupted system file or hardware issue. I hope it's the first two. You could try to just double check if you can find the faulting file in Event Viewer, maybe. It's Windows 11, I mean... What do you mean? I've never heard of Windows 11 having problems. You could do a file check for your system. It also could be it could be a corrupted file. You know, so it's not impossible that like running something like Crystal Disk Info and just checking the health of your hard drives is a good option too. This is also free software, and like you can even get anime versions of this. This is nice, free, quick check, tells you the health of your drives. Maybe that's one of the problems. That's another option. Shows the length not in UE units anymore, but in meters. Great. Good start. Okay, billboard and climbability remain the same. The next info we need to talk about is the core data. We can just delete those. Core movement spawning waiting events. Did your scan now? Ran M2 manufacturer's check tool. Those deep-rooted bugs you can never track down, if not hardware. Yeah, I mean, if none of those showed issues, then... Fuck, I don't even know. It could also just be one of those things that's like, okay, you did scan now, it didn't find anything corrupted with Windows installation, but maybe it's just literally this, whatever version of Windows you're using, is causing this issue. You just have to wait for an update. That's annoying. That would suck if that's the case. It'd be super obnoxious. But I kind of hope it's something like that, right? And not your RAM is dying, now sell your kidney to buy more RAM. But if you're really desperate, DDR4... not significantly faster than DDR5 if your motherboard can take it. Or slower. Kidney XL. Don't do that. Type actor. Class reference. Mesh override is static mesh. Object reference. Vector. Technically a 3D vector. How much does a kidney go for in the black market in Poland? Yeah, I don't know. Livers would sell for a lot here because everybody's fucking drunk all the time. Although you only have one liver, right? Can't they like cut out a piece of your liver? And give like people partial livers? Wait. Can you live with only half a liver? Wait, what? You can live with only half a liver and the remaining portion can regenerate to its full size over time? No. They regenerate like that? So what? What's the... Then why am I worrying so much about getting alcoholic fatty liver disease and fibrosis if they can just cut out the problematic areas and just let it regenerate? What have I been doing? I went sober for 3 months and they're telling me, oh, we can just cut out the fatty sections and you'll be just fine. It won't regenerate as fast as you think. Theoretically. Asking for a friend, of course. Wink, wink. If I get just a little AFLD and they cut out the fatty parts, I can just go sober for a few months and it'll regenerate, right? It's dangerously long. Uh-huh. Thank you for actually being decent. I mean, obviously we knew that that was probably, it was stupid, but I'm just kind of curious about how it regenerates. So how does it regenerate? Okay, it was just a joke. Okay. I was just fucking with you. My friend was just joking. Haha. Got you. Lol. Lamau even. I got him good. He was already drafting the full liver transplant consent form in his head. Glad your friend's liver is living its best life. Cheers to healthy trolling. Thanks, Croc. It took about 7 years to get back to normal from an alcoholic. Damn, dude, 7 years? That is pretty cool, though. I didn't know that the liver could regenerate itself like that. Not your deformed spine and damaged nerves. Jesus, ow. That's gotta hurt. Isn't that what, like, Luigi Mangione had? Who? The guy who iced the healthcare CEO in broad daylight in New York. With subsonic pistol rounds. It's fucking wild, by the way. Don't kill people. An interesting case from a educational perspective, but don't kill. You know, it's not recommended. Where's the core config for this? The mesh config? Oh yeah, here it is. Does it make a difference if it's in broad daylight or pitch black darkness? To the jury, it might. Like from like a technical perspective, absolutely not. But I think it does make a difference to the. Like you were willing to. You didn't even care about trying to get away with this. You just did it. Right in front of everybody, and walked away. And then sat in McDonald's. Like that, I think that will matter to the jury. But first they have to find an impartial jury in the United States for the healthcare company that had the highest rate of declined claims. Good luck. Good luck finding anybody sympathetic with that. But no, we shouldn't be killing people. Tent was there regardless. It changes the framing of it from a mental standpoint. Okay, I can say this. I don't advocate for killing, obviously. Obviously. That's the starting point for what I'm about to say. However, you're going to have great difficulty finding a group of jurors that have no biases towards the US healthcare system and the way that it rips off people. And also find people that, even if they're unbiased about that, are unbiased about the CEO of the company that had the highest denial rate for claims. By a pretty big factor. He was top of the leaderboard. That was United Healthcare. I'm just saying. We should not be killing people. This is not the way to deal with that problem. But it's going to be a very interesting case to watch because of that. They still wouldn't want me in the jury. A bunch of rich people are luckily always healthy. Maybe. I don't know. We can't have it happening, but I also don't. I understand the sentiment of people who are like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Good. I understand the sentiment, and I just wish that we did something as a nation with that. But nothing happens. It just continues. Because everybody in power is paid by these healthcare companies because lobbying is destroying the nation. And I'm fucking tired of it. Meters per second. Movement curve. Like, it's not even a right or left issue. It is literally, they're all in on it. None of them actually care. They'll say they care so that you vote for them, and then they get in office and nothing happens. Spline events. I feel like we should make a separate table in the event section for the event structure. Yeah, we should. It's how the money's spread out. So like universal healthcare is great on paper, but there aren't very many countries where it's purely a positive thing. Like, we have it here in Poland, but it gets so gunked up by people going to the doctors for useless reasons that, yeah, I have scheduled a surgery that I need, and it will happen next year in July. I scheduled it this year in July. Or if I just paid the money to get it, which is, by the way, way cheaper than it costs in the US still. But if I went private, I could get it in a couple months. So I pay taxes towards a system that I can't even use in some cases because, or a lot of people can't use, especially if they need something kind of like pretty fast. And so the money for them is kind of being wasted and going to people that it doesn't really need to go to. There's probably solutions to this, though. It's just, I don't, I'm not an expert in this, so I don't know what the fuck to do about it. It's more complicated than this system is purely better, this system is purely worse, and more. There's probably a middle ground here that would benefit everyone. And I think that a lot of the costs, it's the same like with education in the US. I think that a lot of the costs are attributed to the wrong reasons. People blame the hospitals, but it's like the hospitals are charging this because they get the money from the insurers. The insurers are charging this because they can get away with it. They lobby for it. It kind of just keeps going up and up the chain. Taxpayers would have to pay for that. I mean, it's where do you spend the money on the individual, or do you spend it on the taxpayer? But try pitching to the US that, yeah, we're going to have to raise taxes by 15-20%. But you can get healthcare when you need it. It wouldn't happen.
Wrong.
I don't think it would happen. I don't know if it should happen, I just don't think it would happen. Here's here for oil. Fuck yeah. I mean, the US spends a lot on military, right? Some of it for good reason, some of it for not so good reason. You would have to cut that, and that would put some countries in... It's not so easy. I mean, Canada spends a shit ton of money on their healthcare. And it can't really manage that very well either. I think somewhere in between all these, there's some middle ground between... We obviously need to give free healthcare to people who need it, and people should have access to life-saving surgeries when they fucking need it. And we, by God, need to stop paying for ambulances. Horrible. Dumb that we charge money for calling a fucking ambulance. But there needs to be that in between, like, okay, this is an elective surgery that is not meant to save my life. I don't think the taxpayers should front that. And then there's people like, okay, you're on, you know, insulin needs to be regulated. A lot of drug costs need to be regulated because that's also a problem. I don't know, it just... I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. Drug cost regulation would be a really good start, though. Employers are to negate our pay to provide these benefits. Shift those expenses instead of just letting them absorb them. This assumes that employers have this amount of money to just handle it. I think that employers are already pretty strapped for cash. It's not like everybody who owns a company in the US is somehow, you know, living on cloud 9 and having a golden toilet and sink. Already employers have to pay quite a bit extra to cover this. Here in Poland, it's a lot more sinister, so they hide the taxes. If you're employed on like a regular employment contract, they hide the taxes with the employer. So if I am making, let's say, 10,000 zloty a month on a umów o pracę, which is just like a general work contract, the employer is actually paying, I think it's nearly double that to hire me. And I think, oh, I don't have to pay much taxes because I just see that end take-home number, and that cost to employer is never seen. But the cost to employ people is really fucking big in a lot of countries. And you would have to increase it pretty significantly in order to provide universal healthcare, especially in a country like the US where people are extraordinarily unhealthy. The obesity rates need to be solved in the US first. Where are the events? Oh, they're here. Yeah, here they are. E-moving platform spline trigger. E-moving platform spline trigger. Same way here, it's not hiding the taxes because everyone knows that. I don't think they do. Well, no, I'm not saying that people don't know the employer pays the tax. It's just they don't know how much because they aren't ever having to do that. Oh, shift the money from the employers to employees. Good in theory. I would only say that I don't trust that it would work in outcome, but this is, you know, this is theoretical at this point, right? So it's not denying that couldn't work. But more that I don't trust the average American to spend the money that they make reasonably, because already the average American debt is $6,000 of credit card debt. Total credit card debt of $1.23 trillion. Maybe what we have here is like a combination of like a people issue and a system issue. And we probably need changes to both to solve them. moving platform spline event. E moving platform spline event. Well, the thing is, Frades, like, people don't care how much goes to taxes. But I think it's important to know how much you're actually paying in taxes to these systems that you may not be able to benefit from. Like, in an ideal world, I agree with Me Too, right? Where it's reduced taxes, let people opt into the things that they want. So if you want to opt in to get free education or whatever, or free healthcare, you pay towards that. If you don't have access to that. Because over here, people have free education from university, but it's kind of shitty in a lot of cases because they don't really manage the teachers well, and there isn't a desire to compete. And then people get useless degrees that they don't actually use in their job. And they have the healthcare, which in a lot of cases you can't use because it takes so long to get a free, like, checkup that you might need immediately, especially if you're immediately sick or you need a surgery in the short term. So people just end up paying more money towards private healthcare when they're supposed to theoretically have free healthcare. And that's just frustrating. You know, it's both frustrating to me. I'm not saying the US is better. I'm not saying Poland is worse and vice versa. Just that they both seem to have pros and cons that aren't really solving the problem at the end of the day. We need to rewrite the meters per second tooltip 2 in engine. Let's do that. How far the platform moves along the spline each second while a timeline is actively running. I mean, that's pretty good. This is measured in meters per second. Use the text above this spline. See how long it is. Good enough. There was something interesting being done with cost plus drugs. I don't know how active and available this is in the US, just because I haven't lived there since this was made available. I don't know anybody who's on it currently. But this is apparently a way to get generic named versions of branded medication for significantly cheaper. I don't really know. I'd like to meet somebody that has used this just to see how good it is. Movement curve. It's a curve float. Object reference. You reduce military spending? Negotiate lower prices with DoD? I think that's fair. I don't know about reducing military spend, but I mean, negotiating lower prices would reduce the spending, right? We do spend a lot on global military, and I think that there are a lot of countries that we probably are, we should do that for, and it's a good thing that we do it. You know, you put troops on allied borders. Why? For defense, for proactive defense, for a deterrent. But that does cost money. But if you removed that deterrent, it would. You know, it's like over here you have fucking Russia on the gate of Eastern Europe. Nobody wants that. And having, you know, a couple, 10,000, 20,000 troops in Europe does help to reduce that probability. I understand that Americans decided to have their firefighters to be a public service, but not so for ambulance. If you ask me, I think that you shouldn't have to pay for an ambulance if your use case was reasonable. But if you're just calling an ambulance because, I don't know, you feel kind of bad, like, come on. I feel like it might be abusable, and that's more of like a culture issue than anything else. You don't have people in Poland calling ambulances for stupid reasons for the most part. The vast majority do not do that, and so it doesn't gunk up the system. But I do kind of worry that, well, we Americans are a little bit different, aren't we? I mean, I think that would help if I do, they always talk about like these countries not paying enough, right? That's a very big talking point for the conservatives in the US. I think that there are some cases where that's true and some cases where that's not. But I think if you're playing host to a foreign military and you're doing it for defensive reasons, it's almost like you're hiring mercenaries in a way. And so you probably should pay for it, right? And the country shouldn't just do it for free, especially if that country is having its own economic issues. But try having that discussion without any of the emotions, politics, and semantic bullshit that politicians use. That'll never happen. Oops. Press tab somewhere. Where did I press that? I don't know where. Somewhere in here there's some indents that I didn't mean to put in. B wait on start and B wait on end. I'll be honest, chat. I think that you and us in this chat here already have better ideas of how to approach fixing these problems than our politicians do. And that shouldn't be the case. I don't know, hot take that maybe. I don't think a bunch of Twitch chatters and some dumb streamers should be the intelligent ones, but here we are. Probably true. But I mean, they're just wanting. It's like, why are they doing it? They're wanting it for an easy political win, or at least something that looks like a political win, even if it isn't. You know, it's like the Democrats using suicidal empathy to score an easy political win and some votes. For one side, it's doing this thing. For the other side, it's doing that thing. None of them actually care. Because you go back 10, 20 years ago and they were just saying what the other party was saying, but now that's not popular for their party to say. Hypocrites. All of them hypocrites. They're not even hypocrites, it's just that they are deliberately lying. ST Moving Platform Spline event. I don't even, what do we call that? Where is it? ST. Oh, here it is. The name. Oh, that's my that's my on my stream dashboard. That's not the right window. What is in constant election cycle, so there's no room for a long-term plan? Yeah, I think that's pretty true. Like, you know, I kind of like the fact that it's only 4 years per term, but at the same time, you're right, because it's just like they have to spend the last 2 years, and then they spend the first 2 years making no changes, or only doing enough to make it look like they're doing something. And then the last 2 years they spend campaigning, still talking about the previous opponent or whatever their current opponents are, and then the other side wins, and then they just undo all the changes that the last president did. Well, it's like, what are we doing? Yeah, I'm tired, man. I'm tired of politicians. Big old poopy pants, all of them. What do we have for limitations for moving platforms? I had some lists for documentation. Scaling destructible timed platforms is no way. Oh, we need to put this in the time platforms. Scaling time platforms may need manual tweaking to the overlap offset of Z. Shouldn't we just add a custom override scale for the mesh then? No, that wouldn't work. Well, maybe it would. Because maybe it's just the issue with that we're scaling the... We'll need to look into that, because I might be able to fix that. But for sure, we should just make a note that scaling time platforms may need manual tweaking to the overlap offset on the Z. When a job, so my taxes go towards tearing down the new ballroom being built in the White House. It's feeding into the same thing. Our taxes are being paid to build it, and you want to pay taxes to tear it back down again? Here's my hot take. I'm going to keep my taxes. Because they're not solving shit for me. Instead of paying my taxes to the federal government, I will pay it to the local policemen and firefighters. And food shelters, homeless shelters, public mental health. Please. You even pay taxes? Yeah, I do pay taxes. Technically, I have to pay taxes in both Poland and the US. Kind of annoying. Yeah, tax situation sucks. I still have to pay a tax even though I don't make any money. Because I own a company. Which means I have to pay a non-deductible self-employment tax for my company that makes $0. Gotta love it, right? Can only do his jerk off dance. Yeah, he does kind of have a shepherd dance, doesn't he? Just splice Trump into what was the bar in Mass Effect? Afterlife was one of them. He would fit right in. Scaling the destructible class should not be done, as it causes weird issues with the geometry collection. It's just your social security that you must pay? No. I don't pay income tax. It's a self-employment tax, which you have to pay regardless. It is a flat fee, and you cannot deduct any part of it for any reason. So I don't pay any taxes on what I do make. I do have to pay this one tax, which is like $250 or something. And technically, if I make money in Poland, I have to declare it in the US, and if it's over a certain amount, I will get taxed for that too, even though I've already paid the tax in Poland. Yeah, I do live in Poland, but I still have to declare the money that I make. Really dumb, isn't it? Every year it's like, fuck. Have I saved up enough money this year to pay the tax that I can't avoid? It doesn't matter. My company is registered in the US, but even if it wasn't, I still have to pay taxes. I wouldn't give up American citizenship. I would have a dual citizenship. But even then, I would still have to pay taxes in the US, no matter what. It won't be as much, like it. I can say that I paid taxes in Poland, and it will reduce how much is considered income for the US to then be considered up for tax. Well, I have to pay tax in the US because I'm a US citizen. Now, are they going to come after me for not paying my taxes, someone like me who doesn't really make any money? No. But do I want to open myself up to potential audit by the IRS? Definitely not. I'll pay the stupid fucking fee. I don't have double citizenship. I only have single citizenship to the US. And yeah, my company's registered in the US. So I'm being extra careful because I have the company. It sucks, but I'll do it, you know. I also can't get unemployment assistance because I own the company. No, it takes like 15 years to get Polish citizenship or something. Most countries it takes a long time. But I'm a resident technically of Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin you can't get unemployment assistance if you have not made money. True. If you make $0 but are looking for work in Wisconsin, no assistance. You have to make a minimum amount of money of the right kind of money, so it has to be from an actual employment contract to be eligible for unemployment assistance. So you first have to be employed and then lose employment to get unemployment assistance. But if you remain unemployed for too long, you also lose the assistance. And owning my own company negates it is not the right amount of money. So even though I am trying to make money, and failing of course, they will not give me assistance for this. It would be easier, it would be better if I gave up, got some bullshit job, and then dropped it after like 2 months of working. And then I would make more money than I've made with this company throughout its entire lifetime. Pretty dumb, yeah? Enable, what's the boolean? E show overlap mesh debug in the mesh data. You know what I kind of worry about for the overlap mesh too is, and this would be easy to fix though, even right now, is that we have the X and Y fighting, and I worry that it might cause overlap when the player is next to the mesh. We probably should scale in on the XY a little bit, like maybe 5%. That should be very easy to fix. Kind of the position you're in on disability. I can only have up to 2,000 in assets up to my name, and if I make money, it reduces the amount of disability I get. If I make too much, I get done and will eventually lose my health benefits too. So it's kind of better to just not work unless I go for full employment. And it's like, I'm sure that, you know, you're an average human, right? And you really want to succeed. You want to build something, to have something of your own. But now it's like, you can do that, but if it doesn't go super well, or if it fucks up, then you've kind of put yourself in a worse financial position. Yeah. I do well for a bit and then get sick and can't hold the job. I don't want to have to apply for disability again. Took 3 denials seeing a judge after 3 years to get my disability status. I think that's horribly broken. And yet there are people that will get on disability for, you know, some random bullshit reason, never work a day in their lives and take advantage of the system, while people like you who actually want to work, be successful, make something for yourself despite your disability, you know, you're scared to try because if you don't do well, and who the hell's doing well these days with some stable job, you'll just get shafted. Oh, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. I feel like Caleb Hammer right now. But he is right. And he sees it a lot. He sees a lot of the people that are just like taking advantage of it, but don't have a really legitimate reason. Where do we... Oh, we set relative location for offset. Realistically, what would happen if we just set the relative scale? Or could we just adjust the relative scale here? That would pull it in a bit. I wonder how that works with different meshes, though. I mean, it does pull it in. Nanite and Bay. I think you're thinking of Lumen, Ely. I didn't have a family to lean on and live with during those 3 years that had been homeless by the time I got approved. Back pay doesn't help in the moment. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Like, I'm in a position that I don't need unemployment assistance, but by all technical standards, I probably should. Pretty small. Is there something bigger? Why is the location of that so weird? It's not like it's even moved it on the Z. Oh, it's, you know why? You know what the issue is? It's scaling it based on the root. It's not a bug. It's just that the root is in a place that means that my calculations are fucking up. The relative Z is fine, but the scaling is what's bad here. Can I scale this based on mesh center? You know what I could do is reposition the mesh. What if I got the mesh bounds and did an offset on the X and Y by 10% of the bounds. Duckonomics, thanks for the follow. Nice name. A bit ridiculous here in Estonia. People on disability here must show up in front of a panel of specialists every now and then to be determined if they are still disabled. It's pretty wild. Oh man. Like we're all just shitting on our governments today. I'm fine with that. Pretty deserved, to be honest. Component bounds is based on the collision. Well, you're right. If we change the origin of all the meshes to be consistent, that would work. But I think there's a mathematical way to solve this that would allow for any mesh to be used without having to change its origin. Probably. Maybe. Maybe that's not showing because it's instruction script. I'll move that to the event graph just for testing this. I'm curious where it places that origin for a mesh like this. It's weird, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, that'll get the center, which means that the extent... What does that look like here? That was weird. Why didn't that hit the breakpoint? Okay, just print it instead then. Although it'll print it for all of them. Why didn't that hit the breakpoint? Oh, because it stopped selecting the one that I'm trying to get here. Weird. Okay, Jordan tick with a 0 duration. We'll just grab it directly. 50, 50, 41. Okay, yeah, that's good. That means it is half extent. So if we were to... We shouldn't ever need to ABS the vector with this. We should just be able to take the XY. You're already going to get scaled by 10%. So we will set a relative offset. I think is the right node. On construction script of the overlap mesh to the component bounds 10% of the... So it's either 10% or 5%, but that should work. Theoretically. Would be the delta location. Wouldn't this mess up pivots that are on the center, though? The answer is yes. I mean, it moved in the wrong direction anyway. And here it would just fuck it up. We could determine if the... You found an infinite money glitch? Fast money spells? There's no way these are legitimate. There's no way these reviews are legitimate. Jesus Christ. There's no way this is legitimate. There's no fucking way. Nah, man. People are paying for like Etsy reviews or something. I don't know, man. People are like buying off reviews or something, yeah, or like bots. No way that's real. I mean, I'm sure they're making some money from people. God, I love living in a world where scamming people is easier. It's easier to make money than being legitimate. And if you're wondering, yes, that is very much sarcasm. Not worth it though. I don't want that on my conscience. Crafted good reviews. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I could do distance vector between the origin and the mesh bounds origin and the mesh world location. And if these are within close enough distance to each other that we don't need to do this offset, then we just don't do it, right? I mean, that fixes that problem. This is... I mean, it all depends on the... What if instead what we did was we set the... set world location for it instead. We take the component bounds what am I wanting to do? First we need to get it into the actual just corner, but it would have the same... Yeah, but it would just scale it down in that way. We really just need to add in a small amount of its offset, which is what we were doing with the local offset. Is 10 too much? Hold on. Five and 5, but that's not positive or... It wouldn't always be positive or negative. I feel like adding an offset wouldn't give us the calculations we want because the local offset depends. I mean, we don't know if it's supposed to be positive or negative because we don't know where the mesh is in relation to this root. What would be smarter to do is use the component bounds for the mesh and align the component bounds for the overlap mesh to be equal, which means we would need to get their the component bounds of each after scaling, which the scaling's built in, and wouldn't just be as easy as doing a subtraction and adding local offset with that, would it? Yes, except I plugged in the Z as well. was my bad. Yeah, that actually is what I wanted here. But we still get the issue of that. Again, we don't know where the mesh is in relation to the root, whether it's positive or negative on the X or Y. I don't know how to solve that. What we could do is, instead of having a float offset for the mesh, we just provide the full vector offset and allow the LD to tweak it if needed by hand. Like, we can keep the scale at 95% built in, or even expose that too, and then just do an overlap mesh offset full vector, not just on the Z. Ooh. Supposed to be done with the refactoring yesterday. Not doing more refactoring. Let me go to the bathroom. We'll do it. We'll expose it. Get the center of static mesh component. That's kind of what I'm already doing. I love the person's blueprints. That's actually what I'm doing. I'm just getting the component bounds. That's what I'm doing. The issue is with the. Let me explain what it is. For an incorrect origin, we can get the component bounds, which is fine. Well, I wonder if we could, as I explain this, maybe we could do what we did for just change the origin. You're the second person to say that. No, you can solve it mathematically, Rex. To account for anything. I forget the node though, but we did this in immersive sim. Translate. What was it called? I'll load it up. Where's immersive sim? We did it here. There we go. It wasn't this. It was like something like translate vector or something, or because we need to use the origin of the mesh as the anchor point and the component bounds as what we want to rotate. Where did we do that? Was that in the base item or was that in the... BPC? Here. Compose. Pose two transforms. Transform location. It was this shit. Rotators we don't care about that. We don't care about the rotators. We just want to transform the vector. It might just be as simple as these. Oop, not location transform. World transform. Local bounds. Although I don't know if we want to do local bounds or specifically the component bounds. Let's try the component bounds for now. And then set the... We still need to do the subtraction, so we still need to get the difference. Right? No. 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 No, hold on. Set. Plug into set world location instead. It's just an issue with the Z. Okay, looks good. Just add 10 to that because that's kind of the, or add specifically the overlap mesh Z offset. What point is that rotating around? It's so silly. It doesn't like that. I didn't think I needed to do anything else with this. Oh. I should give the world location. It just handles the rotation of that, but we have it tied directly to a mesh. Well, that's why I wanted to work with the offset. That's just weird though, because that's exactly what this should be doing. Transforms from local to world space. Well, now it's rotating correctly around the actual route. those numbers are wrong? The world transform and the origin location of the component bounds would be here for the transform, and then here for the But wouldn't that not matter because we can always just grab the current? I must be thinking about this in the wrong way. Another reason why you wouldn't want to update the origin of a item is because it can make it more difficult for a level designer to place the item. Not every origin should be in the center. And it can actually cause a lot of problems with certain like modular sets too if the origin is centered. That's no bueno. No, I should not be setting world, I should be setting relative. And it should be a relative offset because then the rotation won't matter. I think it would just be easier to provide a manual vector that can then be tweaked. And relative to your world, is that a good thing? I don't know if that's good or bad. Oh, it's kind of gay? Okay. Is that good or bad? Okay, optimally. Okay. Maybe we could do a 2D vector. But it would just be easier to have the full vector available. I can mimic it with this. I just know adding in an offset that's based on the rotation should be exactly what we need to do. I just don't know how to do that. Oh god, here we go. rotate vector around the quad. Would we just get actor rotation? And then use the component bounds origin to there's some number pretty off here. Oh. The fuck? Made some geometric pattern. I made a pretzel or something. Like a weird shape that looks like this. I don't even know how to... I don't know what I've made. Some abomination. Rotate a vector by this quaternion. I know I'm using the Q word, the scary Q word that I don't understand. Always leads to the same thing. You'd think after playing Far Cry 3 I would have learned my lesson. Some kind of physics-based chain link type of platform? That could be done. I think that could be done. And yeah, I could see us using that in this specific context in game. What would you do? What would it do on the chain link? What would the player be doing on it? Is that not a world location? No, that should be a world location. You know, subtracting in the wrong order? No. Chain affected by wind? You have to work with wind? Easier said than done. Hmm. But this gets the boundaries. Because we don't care about the origin. In this project, we don't give a shit about origin. Of course, we care about origin here. But it shouldn't matter because we would set the location of the overlap mesh. Wouldn't I just get the boundaries of the two? Maybe we'll try a different approach here. Different approach. Although I think that'll still have the same rotational issue. Pretty much what we did before, right? Yeah, like it'll work just fine with the... with no rotation. But now at 90 it's fucked up and it's not centered. .180 messed up too. God, I hate rotation. Every time I have to do rotation bullshit. Melts my brain. Finds thick ones. We can look into that. It shouldn't be too terribly difficult with different skeletons and stuff. Or if we do physical constraints. We can look into it. We're gonna chalk this down to a limitation for now, and I'm just gonna ignore it. I don't see a need to do this right now because I don't think that timed platforms are going to be used significantly enough throughout the game. To warrant this behavior. Best thing to do would just be change overlap mesh Z offset to a full 3D vector with a default value of 0010 and just allow the level designer to specify it on a per actor or per mesh scale. That's what I opt for. Would have liked to fix it. And maybe throw in like a custom scale there too with a default of 0.95, 0.951. Where's the mesh data? That's not the right one. No. There it is. I changed this over to a vector. We'll do overlap, mesh, offset. The offset or the overlap mesh. I'll just do like the locational offset. And we'll add another variable in for overlap mesh scale. Scale to use for the overlap mesh, by default a little smaller on the X and Y to prevent activating when the player is touching the sides. Save, checkout, close, don't save, reload. Oh, is there another Colden Chronicles and itch.io? It's just some small game that had the same idea or same name. But I think we were in the market first, technically. What does cauldron mean? It is a noun. It's the big pot that witches use. Okay, delete that. Give me 2 new selects. Chicken selects. If all goes well, though, we should have Colden Chronicles trademarked before end of 2026. I gotta work on that over the holidays. Well, I mean, here's the thing, like the search algorithm is going to push higher up the things that are relevant. It's nothing to worry about. There's lots of games that are named the same. But that's why you can also just trademark a game name and you can avoid a lot of problems in the future too. Oh, this is one of the Dredge songs. I forgot I recently added some Dredge songs to the playlist. Good music. The same. I'll tell you what, trademarking a name is really fucking difficult. Those examining attorneys will find any reason to just deny your name for the stupidest reasons. You can, of course, you know, give them reason why they're wrong for consideration. Not easy, though. Okay, where is our default? .95, 0.951. Where are my timed? What the fuck? Why did it place them all back at origin? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, thank the Lord. Okay. Well, that scares me. Jesus Christ, Pope. Why? Where are my overlap meshes? I don't even see it. It says it's here, it's just not being shown. That's really weird. Not showing the mesh. The hell? Did I forget to plug something in? You know what? Oh. The fuck? Am I using the wrong scale node, maybe? Relative location, overlap mesh offset, overlap mesh scale. What did I oh. Oops. Just I had the macro plugged up incorrectly. Let's not talk about that one. That explains a lot. Okay, now it's working. Oopsies. My bad. Back to the documentation. I'm just turn the power on. Yeah, what, to my brain? If so, I agree. You guys want to play some Schedule 1 next week for the charity streams? Hooking things up is kind of like leaving something unplugged. Man, I forget to hook things up all the fucking time. All the time. Okay, overlap mesh scale. .3D vector. Okay, that's better. Scaling to destructible class should not be done as it causes weird issues with the geometry collection. Do we know that that still happens now if we can modify... Well, we can only modify scale of the overlap mesh, not the base mesh. Scaling any of the time platforms may require manual adjustment of the overlap mesh. Let's see whether... Okay, so that should be a little bit easier now. Still an issue. Meshes with non-centered roots will almost certainly require checking the overlap mesh. For a proper location, since the overlap mesh may be placed in a way that the scale does not correctly prevent XY fighting. We should say just will, because we know that it will happen. Yeah, that helps. Okay, time platforms should be good then. Moving platforms, limitations. I don't really know of any limitations off the top of my head here. Anything with events, maybe? I've nothing to note here. At least not for now. Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. Why are there two hidden files? What do you mean two hidden files? Oh, I see. Fuck, I deleted the wrong one. Oops. Let me get another screenshot of that. Oops-a-daisy. Don't do that. There we go. Okay, time to moving should be done then. Please God, no more refactoring. Spinning platforms. Let's go over to them. What's our config look like? We have a bit of config here. Yeah, that's fine. I was kind of wanting to get a screenshot of like all the defaults, but it's fine too. Not that big of a deal. I learned yesterday because they started handing out the Spotify Wrapped that I'm in the top 0.1% of listeners globally for Jeremy Soule. Not surprised. But it was pretty funny because I had it showed me my top 5 genres or something. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, that doesn't show my screenshots. Files. My top 5 genres. Soundtrack. Understandable. Anime. Gangster rap. Oldies and jazz. That's pretty cursed, right? It's not difficult to be in the top 1. I'm in the top 0.1%, but ranked 11,000 and something. So there's a lot of people competing. If I'm in the top 0.1% and still ranked like 11,000, that means that there's what, like that's like 10 million? So you have to multiply by 1,000 to get back to 100%. Yeah, it's like over 10 million. Yeah, I spent 6,751 minutes listening to Jeremy Soule in 2025. And then also, of course, some anime and gangster rap, you know. Those go hand in hand, right? Close those. We'll grab all of these. And then we'll open up the base. Platforms. Spinning. Yeah, the most important thing here is this location. Want to listen to Barbie Girl instead? It's a good song too. I'm a Barbie girl. They made that Barbie movie, right? But everybody remembers Ken instead of Barbie. What did they mean by this? Oh, we never updated the overview for the moving platform either. Ken is your sody pop? What does that mean? Oh, we were supposed to put a lot more documentation about spline events in here too. Fuck, maybe we do need 2 days to write documentation. I thought we would do it in 1 day, but... guess I was wrong. Unconfigurable options for this behavior. And even allow for configuration of events that can be propagated along multiple moving platforms based on triggers from others. I spelled propagated wrong. I'm your little soda pop. Go ahead and pop me. We're good. Thank you, Rex. Rexy Poo. I think you're the one that needs it more. You're still sick these days. I was watching some Seth review of Might and Magic, you know, because I got reminded because I'm listening to the Might and Magic soundtrack right now. I didn't know that somebody had made a mod to combine Might and Magic 6, 7, and 8 all into one game on the Might and Magic 8 engine. That's wild to me. That's really cool though, and you can like travel between each of the 3 areas pretty seamlessly. Mike Magic, yeah, Magic Mike engine, yeah. It's pretty gay in there. That was a gay, no, that wasn't gay, that was just stripping. Was Magic Mike gay? Was that Matthew McConaughey and who else was in that? I spotted a typo in time percentage. I'm trying to find it and fix it. It would have been in here, wouldn't it? No. Here. Found it. Fixed it. Spline events. Oh, we had separated that here. I want to move it down here. Spline events are a flexible way to chain together moving platforms based on various events. This enables fine-tuning control of multiple moving platforms based on the logic of one or many others. Basically just said the same thing but in a different way. Children IDs, what type of data are you getting here? I am getting their age. Okay, speaking of children and age. Now what you think? Hold on. Let me finish what I'm about to say, okay? The Spotify Wrapped for 2025 had this thing where it like guessed your age based on the music that you listen to.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, and it literally said age is just a number before that guess. It's a I don't know if I can view it again. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where's Spoopify? Let's go. Dive in. Replay. It literally says age is just a number. I don't know if you guys can see it. When I saw that, I'm like, what is it about to tell me? And like, what happens if I spent the whole year listening to like kids music and it was like, I don't know, it says 11. Do I really have an application on my phone that says age is just a number? Your age is 11? It's a little bit sus. I mean, don't worry. My top 3 genres were soundtrack, anime, and gangster rap, so I think we're safe. Kind of. Is this Pizzagate? Yes. Yep. You guessed it. Figured with different arms, speed, rotational offsets, and even materials on each of the arms. Make kids able to work adult jobs. Yeah, but if you now have mommy doing OnlyFans, you know, I think that there are some adult jobs that maybe the kids shouldn't be working. Talking about JavaScript age is just a number. Wait, what's the programming language where everything behind the scenes is like a string? Am I misremembering something? Oh my god, dude. Idiot neighbors above me just making banging sounds. God, it's annoying. Okay, billboard climbability, and then core data, arms data. No, I wish they were humping. they're just like moving tables and chairs and like no fuzzies on the bottom of their furniture. JavaScript, everything is basically an object. So does that mean that in JavaScript it's okay to treat women like objects? If I make a game about women? Patient data spinning base config. Yes, women are just objects and their age is just a number. Your Honor, I've clearly been taken out of context. Okay, just wanted to save that much, at least. Okay, limitations. I saw you write TCL and I thought about TLC. You know, the channel in the US that has all of the stupid reality TV shows about fat people. And then you realize that TLC stands for the Learning Channel. Okay, we can delete these. This is E-spinning platform debug visualization mode. Does 1011 care according to Michael Jackson? He was an interesting fellow, wasn't he? Maybe we should stop talking about young things. Then again, there's a lot that you can get away with on this platform, isn't there? Number of arms, child arm actor, child arm mesh, child arm origin offset, child arm scale. You hear them? It's like every day they rearrange their fucking furniture. And like I want to just be a passive aggressive helpful person by just sliding a package of the fuzzy things you put on the bottom of your chairs and tables under their door. They do it every day, every day. And then there's some other guy in my office building that literally will piss and shit in the urinal and toilet and not flush it. And I don't know who it is. It is disgusting. And I don't know why he doesn't do it. I'm actually just wondering if he even washes his hands at this point. It's actually a 3D vector. I think when most people talk about vectors, though, they do specify that it's a 3D vector. But who knows? Who knows? ST spinning platform material override type. I don't know if that's the name for it. Multiple times before flushing, save water. Poo requires the flush though. I mean, but it's like it's an office space, you know? This isn't like home. Typos in there too. What's worse, going to the supermarket, seeing someone scratch their anus and smell their fingers and then come to realize that they touched the items in the store? Oh, you're not supposed to do that? As long as it's not the stinky dehydrated yellow. Yeah, I can see that. I still do it either way. I also sit when I pee. I don't think that makes me a lady to admit. It's just way more comfortable. And it causes a lot less stuff to clean up in the long term, you know? And I don't have to like lift up the lid and put it down every time. Fuck that, just sit down, bro. You pee through the window? What the fuck you mean window? Huh? Aim at the side of the bowl. Yeah, but why do that? Like, if I have to take my pants kind of off to piss, why not just sit down? I like it. Like, guaranteed if you sit down and piss, you don't cause a mess. And if you need to poo a little bit, like you sit, because sometimes you sit down and you're like, you know what, I could squeeze a nugget or two out. You know, you can just do it. That's what Nike was talking about, ultimately. Sitting down on my game. Yeah, I like sitting down. It's pretty chill. Hey, go to games. Don't take your pants off to piss. I just sit down. I just always sit down. Just nicer that way. Oh, I think the material override is being used here. Yeah, that's not relevant. I thought I missed one, but no, we're fine. So U-Track use stuff like Notion, other JetBrains products. What's your reason for using U-Track? Well, U-Track is from JetBrains. And so it has integration with their agile boards too. And it's publicly available, but has anonymization, which is really nice for like sharing information and having public wikis and stuff. U-Track is also completely free, so Notion is fine for like notes, but U-Track is more of a competitor to Jira. The difference is that Jira costs a lot of money and gates really good feature access. U-Track, on the other hand, gates absolutely none of their features behind the free tier, full featured edition, and it's free for up to 10 users, which is really awesome. And they have a lot more customization than you can do with Jira. You can write what are called, where are they put? These workflows, which can automate a lot of stuff, and you can just write your own ones. Jira, I don't think has this, and if it does, you'd have to probably pay for a higher tier. Yeah, it's nice. Good stuff. Can definitely recommend. What's my coolest? I stole a workflow from like Stack Overflow or somewhere, and I use it to poop out updates into Discord. Although I haven't done it in some time. I also have it set up for plastic. I can't show it because it shows my emails. Oh no, we had an anonymized one at some point. Yeah, but that was for plastic though, not U-Track. No, it wasn't. I'm losing my mind here. Oh no, it was for U-Track. Yeah. So the nice thing is that you can anonymize it. So we have our boards and our knowledge base available publicly. So if you actually were just to type in this article online here, you could see it. Or not, because I forgot to set it up for this new project. 1 second. Hold on. Hold. Say nothing. Do not type in chat. If I see anybody, not do it. Don't do it. Don't say it. This one, you can read it, but it anonymizes everything, which is pretty cool. So that way we can have like a public knowledge board and a public Kanban board, but nobody's identities are fucked with. Show me your legal name so I can open a line of credit. First, you have to prove that I actually make money for them to give you credit, and I don't make any money. The cool part too is you can also link these. You know, this is also what is allowed in Jira and stuff, but you can link knowledge articles within cards that you make. Yeah, the anons everywhere is nice. It's really nice. So you can link them in here through the description. And unlike Jira, you can actually customize your cards and how they show up. You can do everything with it. It's really, really cool. In the custom field section. Oops, not that. That probably had some bad stuff. Let's not show that. So I can specify exactly what shows up and how they show up. So for instance, this milestone enum only shows when type is set to feature, epic, or story. This is too much. It is. This is really meant for like teams who are experienced with like Jira and stuff. Or who want more dedicated, complex task management than like what Trello offers. Although Trello now also gates a lot of stuff behind cache. Yeah, dedicated WAM, exactly. Just use checkmark emoji when done. No, it's fine. I'm not saying that you should use this. There are use cases for using something like UTrack. It's just, you know, I and the people that I work with are already professional game developers, so we've used stuff like Jira before. So this is very natural for us to use. But it can be overboard, but you don't have to make it overboard. Just use something simple, you know, go with a simple Kanban board, whatever. Don't worry about sprints and reports. That's kind of just there for meeting milestones and all this stuff. You can make it as simple or as complex as you want. Jira, unfortunately, you kind of have to use it with what it has, and it doesn't offer that customization. I'm not a big fan of Markdown, though, as a game designer. But I deal with it the best I can. Oops. Boolean. We have a static mesh object reference. We have a 3D vector. And we have array of material instances. See how dedicated I am to documentation. I'm doing that because we need to do that, but I sometimes just ignore it and don't do documentation. It depends on which kind too. Like this is technical documentation, but usually I do design documentation. It's more my speed. But we don't have really much information about the projects that we're working on yet, because we are working on isolating and preparing the mechanics. And then we are going to, this weekend actually, I'm meeting with level designer to think of the whole project from its design standpoint, come up with the main premise, the main world, the main setting, the first level, and then we're going to fit our mechanics into that. I had to do a little bit of a rethinking on that one. Thanks for the follow too, Good Games. Work like that in your employed job, but not for game dev. So you don't do game dev for your main job, so you do this like a hobby currently? Or are you looking to branch into it full time? Spinning platforms do have limitations. One primary one that I might just steal from our tooltip here. For spinning platforms angled to operate similar in fashion to a windmill on the downward arc. Player is standing on something. The physics will attempt to push the player into the ground, which will fail. Then the player will be ejected sideways. When making windmill movement like this, make sure to set it up in a way that avoids the player being caught underneath the downward arc. Yeah. Primary. Using Unreal Engine since start of Corona, now unemployed for a month. Finally. Is that a good thing in your case? And you're wanting to get into game dev? Sir, we're all unemployed in game dev. You picked the wrong place to look for a job. Nobody's getting jobs these days in game dev. Do we have any other limitations here? Oh, yeah. Additional limitations with the bouncing. I might be able to just steal this too. How old is the picture of me on our website? It's pretty old. I still have a bit of a baby face, but I have definitely grown up. That was probably from 6 or 7 years ago. You don't want to job in game dev? The job stays in software development. That brings the bread on the table. That's true. Yeah, because if you join, not only will you not get a job in game dev, but if you do get a job in game dev, you will not make money. You chose correctly. Just like Indiana Jones, you were smart. You chose the Holy Grail that looked like shit, but that was the real Holy Grail. Very smart. Probably hate game dev afterwards. Sadly, that does also happen, yeah. A lot of people get disenchanted. Not disenchanted, disenchanted. Character movement physics. Rotational movement doesn't sweep for physics, meaning that bounce pads moving along the ground will likely push the player instead of initiating the hit that is required for bouncing. The player hitting them will still work fine, but if the player is standing still, the movement doesn't initiate the hit when impacting the player. Basically, you never place a moving bounce pad in a way that might hit the player while standing still. TLDR, if you use bounce pads with the spinning obstacle, they need to be placed in the air. That's correct. Everyone does it, but it can be rewarding if you push through it. Yeah, it's a very high filtering industry. Like, you know, there's so many people that want to get into game dev, right? There's like this many people. There's this many people that will actually get into game dev. There are this many people that will still be here after 1 year. 5 years, 10 years. And most people who, you know, will either, a lot of these people will jump back to here each time because they realize they can make more money, have a lot less stress, and still work on games in their free time. Sadly. Get into project management if you want money? Really? It can be more rewarding than software, but that's subjective. It is subjective, yeah. I mean, some people just like making cool, yeah, like you said, making cool software and websites and stuff. Some people like making games. Some people find it more fun to make games as a hobby than as a professional career, because it's just, you can work on your own timeline, you can do it alone, you don't have to like operate with a team. That's fair enough. Not everybody is meant for a team or professional timelines. You allowed to call yourself a software engineer in Poland? I don't know. I just call myself a game developer. That's what I am. That's the only thing I know. Last 10 years of my life have just been game dev and game design, specifically. And the worst part of game dev is not the creating of the mechanics and stuff for games, but developing environments, animation management, and then you have all the elements. There's a lot to game dev. And I think it's pretty... It's impossible to be good at it all. And you'll end up being less efficient than people who are working in teams that are splitting tasks along their specializations. I don't find much of a desire personally, for instance, to be a solo developer. Hate it. Pass. Bouncy pads. Probably should move that into the platforms folder. I remember seeing a video of a game dev who was talking about how they spent months making a prop for a game that basically 0% of players interacted with. Yeah. Or in a lot of cases, you will make something that will then be cut from the game, or it has to be iterated on. If you work in the industry, a common thing that you'll get told early on in your career is to not fall in love too much, especially as a designer. You need to be able to abort your babies as a designer. If an idea is shit, it's shit. Doesn't matter if it's your idea or someone else's idea. Your goal is to make a good game. Not to be the one that is having all the good ideas. You won't be a good team member if you think like that either. The bounce pad. A straightforward platform that bounces the player or a mesh physically. I mean, what else am I supposed to say about bounce pad? It's pretty straightforward. Have you seen the models of the AI generative tools? Red mesh bit of characters generated was 1.5 million triangles. I've seen them. I wouldn't use them. I don't know. At least with Unreal, you know, sometimes having high triangle meshes is okay. I don't know. I don't use AI for my games. I don't feel players should care about playing my game if I didn't care about making it. But that's just my kind of personal view on things. We might use AI on like pre-production and stuff, but it never ends up reaching the final game. It's always replaced. So similar to like using a reference or a store-bought asset before replacing it yourself. Well, I mean, players might not care. I care. I don't think a game is made with AI. Generally just don't speak to me on a human level. But it just depends on usage. Do I mind that Arc Raiders got consent of voice actors to use their voice in like a procedural way? No, because they got permission, right? You know, I can still dislike AI, but I think that their usage of it was ethical in that way. You know? I don't know how much you charge for a game is going to be what determines it. I think use of it and whether or not players feel like you had reason to use it. You know, if Sony uses AI in their game that they spent $200 million making, people are probably going to be upset because what would you do? Save 10,000 bucks maximum or whatever you used it for? But you know, a small indie developer who can't do X or Y or whatever uses it here and there. I don't know if people are going to care too much. But you have to consider that if the lowest common denominator of AI is to be able to like quickly generate some game or some images, then the value of your product goes down. And there is provable data that shows that people value a product more based on the amount of time that they thought that went into it. And so if they can clearly see that you used AI, they will devalue your product. And that does happen with AI stuff too. Oh, there's the bounce pads. Core config and mesh. Those are the only two? Oh yeah, pretty easy. Fair. I think there's more factors into it though. I think you're right though. Cost will be one of those. But at the same time, you have to consider that there are games like Stardew Valley is 15 bucks. And on sale, you can get Stardew Valley for $7.50 or around 10. Your game with AI has to beat this. You can get Terraria for $10 or on a sale $5. Your game with AI has to beat this. And I don't think that they will. I don't see it. I don't see it. At the time where if AI becomes so commonly used that it is so easy and cheap to generate games or to piece together games for that cheap, then the value of those games is going to be nothing because anybody can do it. And the value of bespoke, handmade work like this will only increase, and people will be willing to, I mean, already I'd pay more than 10 bucks to get Terraria, but people will be willing to pay even more and be completely okay with it because they'll just know that they're getting something that was made by somebody, had that time put in, and has somebody who cares and understands enough about coding and development to fix problems and build upon it safely. So I am very bearish against AI, put it that way. So you use Notepad++, you've devalued my product. Shut up, I mean, I love my Notepad. It stores all my thoughts. We don't need these, we just need two. Plunk plunk. We do call it like core config, right? Platform data, mesh config, and core config. Mesh config, core config. The customer is always right though, and there will be customers that don't care. You know, two sides of the same coin. I might care a lot, other people won't though. Just depends. I think AI has a place for solo dev or a small indie team, but not in big games. I mean, solo developers were making games before AI. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know. They don't care about AI, they just don't want slop. The problem is, and if you watch our Kickstarter reviews, 99% of people who are willing to use AI in their game can only create slop. Or can't create at all. Because it takes so many more skills to even release a game successfully on Steam that AI just can't replace all that of. People hate acid flips. I think people hate both. I don't know if I would judge one more than the other, but you might be right. I don't know. I just don't see people using AI tools getting across the finish line as often as they don't. I don't think chatting with an AI to get help is necessarily unethical, because there's a difference between generative and LLMs, right? If you're asking an AI how to, hey, I have this problem with my variable, I don't know how to solve it, what do you think? That doesn't mean that it is going to solve your problem, and even if it does, that doesn't mean that you understand it. That's where the gap starts to be created. And then if you say, okay, code this thing for me, the gap gets wider. Make this art for me, gap gets wider. And as that gap starts getting wider, even if you can get over the finish line, when somebody says, I wish that your game did X instead of Y, you won't know how to do it because you didn't know how to do it in the first place. And then it's like, okay, player has a bug. You don't understand the bug because you didn't understand the code. And once people start to realize that those are the games that they'll be getting, they're going to go back to games made by people who actually understand game development. And additionally, like I said, using LLMs is different too, because if you use an LLM to like brainstorm, that doesn't mean that it has designed the game for you, because you might reject all of those ideas. You might use it to inspire your own idea, and I don't really feel like that's any different than reading a book, watching a movie, playing a game, and being inspired by one of the systems or mechanics you find there. You still need to be able to know how to implement that, balance it, refine it, everything. So, I don't know. LLM for like note-taking, organization, brainstorming, I don't really see as unethical, because we had those tools already. I don't know. Also, AI is just not a very good brainstormer. It's just there to kind of like be like, okay, yeah, I could think in that direction, and then you think in that direction, and it's like, okay, that's not good for the game. AI cannot design games, I'll tell you that. Because it's just built off of the design of other games, and it just kind of pieces shit together in a really sloppy way. AI will lead you in circles? Yeah, it will. Oh my god, it will. It won't follow up and build that wider gap. That's at least what I've seen. I have to go on Fiverr instead and pay someone to make my main models. Yeah, but I mean, Fiverr is not that expensive either, and I think people will just... they'll be able to tell that you put in the effort to make the game as best as you can. And like I said, there is a verifiable, provable valuation that people have in a product when they realize how much effort went in to make it. Before Fiverr artist uses AI. Apparently that just happened, or potentially happened, with the postal developers running with scissors. Where is it? I think they had, I don't know the full story. They had gotten some art done for their game, I think, and they had outsourced this, and I think they got scammed by somebody who had used AI, and it even faked the speed painting for it. It was super obvious with a couple things, like it had started to paint the glasses before the face and sketch of the character was even there. And it had started to color in the character with the background still there. And the shading wasn't even done. Yeah, the shading after doing the main coloring, not the other way around. I don't know, it's happening. People are getting fucked over with AI even if you're trying to not use AI. AI sucks ass at designing games, but it does work. I don't know. I've only ever seen it be as good as like a junior designer, to be honest, Paxian. Like, it can come up with some interesting concepts, but I'll tell you what, your grandma can come up with interesting concepts too. See the prices of RAM due to AI? I have, sadly. I unfortunately have. I mentioned it yesterday, but the only things I use AI for now are recipes, current news aggregation, and role-playing as Socrates, and then getting into arguments with it. Which is fun to do. I actually recommend doing that. It's pretty good for brain training. Haven't spent time to see how good it can get. Well, I'm a game designer. I know what it looks like and what it should look like to provide proper design documentation. AI cannot write good design documentation. Not good. Yeah, I'll tell it to roleplay as Socrates, and then we just discuss some philosophical thing, and it's like pretty fun. Good waste of time. It's not erotic roleplay. Just one area. Tell me what AI is good at with relation to game design, and I'll tell you if I agree with those areas or not. Because I do agree that there are a lot of aspects to game design. And if it's something like compiling notes, yeah, it's pretty good at that, and I really like using it for that. But, you know, in that case, it's not creating anything new, it's just compressing down and organizing what I've already written. Bounce pad side bounce allowance. It's still dangerous though to use AI for that. Bounce pad side bounce allowance. Working example code? That's not really game design though. I wouldn't say pseudocode is necessarily game design. And I would also say that that is one of those points where you start that rift. You're using it for a point that creates that rift where now you did not sit there and write the code, which means that you never really rubber ducked yourself through that code. And there is a potential that when you go back to it, you will not remember what it was supposed to do. Depends on the length, depends on the tool, of course. You know, sometimes that rift is small or non-existent, other times it might be larger. You can teach you how to like get into a game engine, yeah, but there's already stuff for that. But that's also not game design. That's just like tutorials. But I'll tell you what, I learned more. If you'd say, hey, sit down and learn this thing by bashing your head against a wall for 3 hours, trying to figure it out without a tutorial or without AI, I will still learn more in that 3 hours than I would have if I had asked AI how to do it and learned in 20 minutes. Because I force myself to engage with the tools, with the software, with the interface. I often find things along the way that I didn't expect. I find bugs and little quirks to Unreal that I didn't, you know, that aren't listed anywhere. And now that's retained up here in knowledge. It just makes me a better developer. Yeah, I don't know if I didn't think I was maybe very clear. I was just like mainly talking about game design, that I would not trust AI for game design. Best it can do is spark your thoughts about something, but a lot of the ideas it just regurgitates. It doesn't really, you know. I would ask it, hey, list 20 types of platforms that you might find in a rage platformer, precision platformer type kind of game. 10 of those will just be repeats of what it already said, but with different wording. And I might be like, okay, we can kind of do that. No, that wouldn't work here. That might be nice, but I would tweak it this way. So it's like, it's doing anything that the average Reddit user could do, or Twitch chatter. It's just that oftentimes I don't have those people available with me. I don't have somebody to brainstorm off of. And that's where AI can be an assistant in that way, but it doesn't do the work for me. It just kind of is something that I can bounce off of. I don't know. But you say make a working platformer based on specific things. What do you mean working platformer? I used to go on autopilot to finish tutorials after I had no idea how it worked. Same. I just kind of stopped doing tutorials altogether these days. And I'll only start to look for information if I get really, really, really stuck. And 9 times out of 10, it doesn't really help anyway. You think AI is terrifying, especially if the people creating it are genuinely trying to find some form of consciousness. This is how Terminator started. Let's say you had a robot. Let's say you had a robot. And yes, it can be a big-titted alien girlfriend robot, okay? Doesn't matter. But let's say you had a robot with, you know, AI internal components, and it was fully... It was like AGI level AI, right? So it could reason, it could think. What would you actually use it for in real life? Apart from fucking the robot, what would you use it for? Kind of time it would take if I were to make it without AI as a working platformer. Yeah, but if you ask AI to make a working platformer, yeah, you could like use it to prototype an idea, but you also won't be able to build upon that because you didn't write it. You would still have to understand coding enough to build upon that, which means you're using it in a way that is still risky, but not as risky as somebody who doesn't know how to code at all. But even then, I think that the practice of making a platformer, even if you've made games like that before, is really good at reinforcing your skills. And if you replace that reinforcement, your skills will rust, right? You know, it's like playing an FPS game for 10,000 hours and then not coming back after like 2 years, or not playing for 2 years and then coming back, you will be rusty. You won't be as good. Where can I buy one? Research. We'll be able to do certain jobs. That's an interesting use case. Cleaning, cooking, handyman. I mean, that's what I would do with it too. I think that's what a lot of people would do with it. So like we're making these hyper sentient capable robots to just do menial work in a lot of cases. Use an AI IDE, can have context of your code base, continue iterating. Yeah, I don't know. I think that a lot of the use cases you're talking about, Paxian, are great for people who aren't trying to replace their own critical thinking with it, but most people who use AI right now are using it to replace their critical thinking. It's like, okay, it's an awesome tool that we've opened to the masses, and here's all the cool ways that you can make yourself more intelligent and capable with it. And 95% of people or use cases for it do the exact opposite. It's like, hold on, uh-oh. Now we're just making people dumber. Get it to do the washing, drying, folding of clothes. I probably would do the same thing. Why would I get more intelligent? I don't know, you tell me. You tell me what the benefits of being intelligent are. We have one big limitation with bounce pads, right? Which is the... Actually, do we have a limitation with the bounce pads? We kind of fixed the limitation because there was the limitation of the sides being able to bounce, but we fixed that. I don't know if we have limitations with bounce pad. 2 vibe coding, not being critical about it. Do you think there's a way to fix that, Paxian? Or is this more just like a human problem? Capitals to replace the workforce with it? Maybe. You'd always trade being more intelligent with feeling good. Really? So you're kind of like an ignorance is bliss kind of person? Where as long as you feel good and are like happy in life, you don't give a shit about the pursuit of knowledge? And I'm not trying to like shit on you for that. I think that there are just like a different life philosophy, right? No right or wrong answer. Kind of like a hedonism, in a way. Hedonistic. What's the end goal of being intelligent? Well, I think for people that seek intelligence, knowledge, and wisdom, which are 3 very different things, by the way. Very, very different. They find fun in the learning and understanding. And it does assist them in life, as opposed to being completely hedonistic, which I think kind of clashes with that worldview. Well, it is feeling good, but there's different pathways to the same chemicals in the brain, I would say. And for some, chasing pursuits of the flesh is what provides that. For some, it's being productive in work and in your hobby or something. For others, it's caring for a large family. But it's all kind of providing that, you know, that's their purpose in life, that's their goal. Okay. I'm not even working anymore, we're just chatting. No, don't get me wrong, by the way. I enjoy this. I'm kind of done with my documentation a little bit. Because we have in-game documentation, we have written documentation, and we have actual physical, visible showcases of all of these classes. I really don't know what else I can write and do that would be more beneficial in this. Oh, I did need to write stuff about like core, data table config, billboard, and climbability. That's pretty chill though. Going into school, you can't use a calculator for math because you might not have access to one. To my kid, but someone in his class said his teacher, no one doesn't have access to a calculator. But I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. Yeah, no, I think we agree, Barabuddhist, right? Is that it's true that you have access to a calculator at nearly every point, but the calculator is often doing the critical thinking for you, and if you don't understand how the numbers and formulas relate to each other, then it's more difficult to figure out where a potential error might be, right? You have x plus y plus z equals a. But if you don't understand what x, y, and z are, you can only say that, well, I know a is not what it's supposed to be, but I can't tell you why. But having the calculator available to you implies, or that, I won't say excuse, but the reasoning behind saying, well, I always have a calculator in my pocket, assumes that you understand the underlying math to notice when there's an error. And that can't be an assumption that's made. We use the calculator bypass having to understand how the math works. I don't think so. I don't think so. 22. I think that there are some use cases where if you look, I can do 22 plus 105 times 10 or whatever, or some other bullshit. Yeah, I can do it mentally, I can do it on paper. It's faster with a calculator, right? But I understand the point of these numbers, I understand the relations, I understand the input. But it's like with me with quaternions. I don't know the underlying math of quaternions. So when something tells me do this plus this times this or whatever with quaternions, I don't understand the underlying inputs. So I don't even know if what I'm inputting is correct. And so when it outputs the wrong thing, I don't know why. And the calculator is not going to replace that lack of understanding. It's not even going to make it better because I'm still using the wrong inputs. I don't know if that makes sense, or maybe I'm just going around in circles of my own logic here. I jokingly banned the term quaternions. This is someone else who hated. I love the idea of quaternions. I can understand the visualization of quaternions. I cannot understand the math behind quaternions. And no amount of calculator being able to press 22i times 18 pi over 69 is going to help me understand how the vectors are moving here. AI could explain the foundations and help me understand. The calculator won't, I agree with this. But this is assuming that people are using AI to... This is one of the positive ways to use AI, is to use it to help as a learning tool if we assume that the output is actually correct, which is still not an assumption we can make. But let's assume for the sake of the argument that the output of AI is correct when it's teaching you math. That, I think, is a very fair use of math because you're using it like a teacher. You're saying, well, I don't understand this part of it. Can you explain in more detail or break it down for me? You know, that's That's great. I think that's great because you're not replacing the critical thinking. You are using it as a tool to build your critical thinking. Really good topic, by the way. I fucking love talking about this shit. But it is also, I'm forgetting what I wanted to do. Platform documentation. Okay, data table config. Hold the phone for a second. Billboard. Billyboard. And climbability. Imagine a world where AI robot does all our housework, menial tasks, and buys all our shopping and stuff. Companies bring them to do all the work. Where do we end up as a race? I think some people will take a look at AI replacing menial tasks and shopping as a good thing. I would still argue that it's a bad thing. Because, it's like, you see like a young boy and girl wrestling, right? As kids do. As young animals do. And you think, oh, they're, maybe they'll hurt each other. Maybe they'll get dirty. And people kind of think, oh, this is bad. But I would argue every single thing that can happen with two kids wrestling because they're young and they're just trying to, get some energy out is incredibly positive. And if you remove access and excuses to have those social interactions, right? If kids start staying home more instead of going to the public park, they're losing the ability to, even with this one wrestling scenario, you think it's kind of dumb that kids do this, but they are socializing, they are using their energy, they are learning physical boundaries, they are gaining strength and agility, and it's a very close bonding thing that happens with primates. So it's just like one of those things where, okay, we take out this thing that seems menial or seems pointless, but we're forgetting the underlying reasons why it was a very positive thing for us to do. Even something like loading the dishwasher is exercise. It's a way for us to fine-tune our locomotion. I forget the name of it, like the grabbing stuff and holding on to things. It's how, kids, when they need to learn that by holding on to the bottle and other things, they go through that like phase as a baby of grabbing. My layman terms for it. ChatGPT act as a game designer for Mega Bonk 2 clone next gen AAA low effort and make lots of money. What's sad is I can see some CEOs in the industry that don't know anything about game development probably typing in shit like that. I don't understand how it became popular. Just make me Mega Bonk 2 Electric Boogaloo. What do you think of the NVIDIA president's comment that only job will be programmer till they automate everything? I think that we need visionaries in the world. I also think that we need to ensure that humanity is not crushed under extreme rapid development. It's kind of one of those catch-22s where the faster we develop as a human race, the better off the human race is in some ways, but also if we go too fast, then a lot of people get left behind, and the disparity, socioeconomic conditions between individuals gets worse too. Data table config. Every platform has an option to use a data table row for quick and simple setup of that platform type. This is always preferentially chosen. Did I spell it wrong? Preferent? No, that's correct. It's always preferentially chosen by the logic instead of locally modified variables. You know what would be cool after I just wrote this would be to have a editor widget that allowed you to put in the data table row, but then copy that down into the local data so that you could just copy a row's information, but then override it for like a local use. That would be nice to do. We'll get to it. You like some of the YouTube videos of I made a game using only AI? You know what's funny is that I am over engineering, and probably to a useless point. When I was working at a company, the owner wanted to make a game using only AI, like literally AI only game, because he thought it would be a really cheap way to make games. He did not like when me and a friend of mine pointed out the negative societal factors that go along with that. He thought we were crazy. And this was like when AI was just coming out, like the earliest versions of Midjourney and ChatGPT, the really bad versions of that. Each platform base type has an associated data table already set up. You can easily create new rows in them to assign to platforms around the levels. This makes it really easy to create prefab platforms that you might reuse multiple times. And we'll make just a quick list of the, not checkboxes. We'll make a list of each of the types. CEO Subban and the AI hype believe that AI is a magic wand. Developers don't want to use it. Yeah, there's a very big schism. I haven't used that word in a long time. Between those who are like super on board with AI and those who are just kind of part of the rest. There aren't really a whole lot of companies that I see just kind of using it, or if they are, I think they're just not talking about it because of the stigma around it. And the people who are fully on board with it love to talk about using only that, and like it's going to change everything. Not realizing that the further that they devalue the products and the easier it becomes to create products and software and stuff with AI, the less value it's going to have. So it is very much like, I wouldn't say it's like a bubble where it gets bigger and pops, but I think it is just like it's a bubble that shrinks until everybody has easy access to one-click generate some crazy images or videos. Then the value is meaningless. Like, why would I pay for somebody else's when I can just reverse engineer the prompt and do it myself? It's valueless at that point. Not long before non-coding dev just copies and pastes and distributes a virus in a packaged game on Steam. It has happened, but it's been maliciously, like deliberately malicious and not accidental, which is a little bit different. No, I'm not saying it makes it doesn't make it any better, but just the specific scenario of accidentally doing it has never happened, but the malicious ones have happened, unfortunately. I think these are the correct names for these. I need to double check on bounce pads though. Bounce pad. No S. Games only designed by humans, no AI slop. Well, you saw what Tim Sweeney, metaverse jerk offer he is, said about AI. You don't like the stigma around AI? The stigma around AI is not fabricated though. The stigma around AI speaks exactly to what I'm saying, which is the devaluation of products and the perception around the value of products that don't have that human input is something that has already happened in other art forms before AI existed. And so the stigma is just a natural evolution of that. And there will be people that won't care. There will be people that buy games with AI and don't give a shit. And there'll be people that only buy games that don't have AI usage in them. And there'll be people that are, have different lines drawn. Some will be okay with it in pre-production as long as nothing ends up reaching the final product. Some won't care about AI voices. Some won't care about indie developers using it, but will care about AA or AAA developers. The stigma is the belief that AI generated is that it's cheap and soulless. You can make a ham sandwich or buy one that the bought one will be worse than your homemade one. I think it's something like that, yeah. I mean, if we consider that games are art, and art is inherently supposed to, or generally supposed to be humans expressing themselves and communicating that expression through different mediums and methods to other humans, then, and this is shown in the data as well, by the way, that humans just don't feel they don't feel like they connect with things made by robots and AI in the same way that they feel with humans. And it's why people pay more. One of the reasons why people pay more for like handmade arts and crafts versus ones that they can buy at the store for a fraction of the price. It's due to like the amount of time sunken in and knowing that you have something that was made by a human. We even do this with fucking Mother Earth. Buying a real ruby or like emerald is way more expensive than buying a perfectly lab grown one, where at a chemical level they are exactly the same. But the real rubies, from like a perfection standpoint, look way worse. But these are costing way more money. This is what a real ruby looks like. This is a lab-grown ruby. Okay, it did something weird. Hold on. Old person coming through. Chemically, these are exactly the same thing. Exactly the same. This one will cost about 5 times as much. I almost bought one of these for my wife's engagement ring until she told me to stop being an asshole and just buy the cheaper one because she wanted that one anyway. But I'm like, no, but this one was made by Mother Earth, and you know it's unique. There's no other ruby like it. It's something cool to have on you. You know, it's a piece of the world, of history, of eons of creation, and the perfect chemical thing. And I realized that in that moment, this has the same thing with AI. I cared. She did not care. There was no valid right or wrong here. The real value lies in the modern slavery that went into mining the diamond. Kind of. But you'll have two camps. You'll have people like me that see this and think, this is incredible, this is so cool. It may not be perfect, but that's exactly what makes it unique and interesting. And you have the perfect over here that is much cheaper. And it's the same thing chemically. Why buy McDonald's when you can buy Five Guys? I don't know. One of those things, huh? Can I just put like all the platforms next to each other so we can see their billboards? What is this? You've been here this whole time and you're like, yeah, by the way, what are we actually doing here? It's gonna be a precision platforming game, and this is the just like a platforming mechanics level. Visual, usable documentation for the team, and also a quick and easy way to test the mechanics. It's not really a level editor. It's just rather than play test the level to determine if the mechanics are working as they should, or to figure out how to use them if you're like a level designer. You can just play this level and, you know, just see, oh, so speed is adjustable. How did that happen? Oh, I see. Speed here is meters per second. And there's this tooltip. So it's like in-game documentation for the team. If that makes sense. How'd you do the custom billboard icons? They are sprites. So that is a billboard component. It's not even a sprite, it just has to be a texture. sense not made. Please provide explainer documentation. I'll make another level that explains the point of this level. Well, there is a standard billboard. It's the little like dragon thing. I just added my own textures to replace it. And then screen space scale it, but you have to set screen space scale to a negative number because Unreal is bugged, and if you do it on a positive number, it won't work properly. They still haven't fixed it, so, you know, a little quirk there. Or did they? Oh, I think what it was is that, yes, it will invert the icon. But if you don't have a negative number, the scaling doesn't work properly. That I don't know if it was fixed. Yes. Yeah, that's still bugged. The only way that the screen size scaling works is with a negative number, but it will flip the sprite. So what you could do is you could pre-flip the texture so that once you import it in and it flips, it will be upright. These are the little quirks that AI doesn't really know, and you're only really going to find out by fucking around with things. Or like in state trees, for instance, Bardabudas, the move task, at least on 5.4, was dysfunctional. And it doesn't work properly. You have to make your own move task. Because of course. They might have fixed that now with 5.6 though, but in 5.4 was 100% broken. Each of the platform-based types has an associated billboard that is visible only in editor from a and scales based on screen space. This can be turned off in the config by disabling B show editor billboard, I think. Yeah, B show editor billboard. Which is default set to true for all platforms. Hitcher's acting weird. The state tree debugged shows state idle is running, but the AI is still chasing. Oh, of course. Because why should the debug work? That was like me messing around with PCG for the first time and the debug wouldn't turn on for the PCG. Like, if your debugging tools are messing up. 5.7 is out now too. 5.7.1 is out now as well. That just came out yesterday. Expect too much from Epic, yeah. I don't think using Unreal Engine correctly is about knowing what to do. It's about knowing which quirks and bugs exist in the engine and knowing how to work around them. Like, for instance, knowing that the character movement component is not a proper physics object, and therefore with anything that moves kinematically, it will, depending on speed, phase through the player instead of pushing the player. And a way to work around that is to add a small amount of movement and inverting that, adding an inverted amount of that movement each tick to the player's character controller, which somehow allows the sweeping kinematic movement to correctly impact the player. Nobody knows why. Would they fix it? No. You just have to work around it. Why is that blinking? Don't blink. Stop blinking. Okay, that's better now. What's the news on that foliage voxel nan? I think it is fully out in 5.7. And it's working very well. From what people are saying. Dramatically decreases overdraw on foliage. It's open source, anyone is welcome to tackle the case themselves. This is true. You're right. Or you could be thread interactive and try to do a merge request directly to main to change two float variables, which will somehow fix anti-aliasing. Climbability. B is climbable. We need to explain how the climbability works default as well. For player, mantling, and climbing, anything is by default fair game. Default billboard's not exposed to BP? What do you mean? For 9,000, help me fork Unreal, I need 9,000. No, it's 900,000. He wants $900,000 to fork Unreal to make his own anti-aliasing. Meanwhile, there's already a team out there that has forked Unreal Engine and for free has replaced Lumen with RTX GI, brought back PhysX and replaced Chaos, has added additional shading options and additional anti-aliasing options. See components of a default editor only sprite component that they show if B visualize component is set to true. Oh, you mean the scene component at Billboard? I did not replace that one. I just added a Billboard component for my billboards. I'm not overriding any of the components settings here, just I added a separate Billboard component. Unity is dropping Havoc? We heard yesterday that it was closed source, which is probably why they're dropping it, right? To replace it with something that is actually modifiable. He's still crying about that? Yeah, he is. Nobody in the professional industry takes Thread Interactive seriously. They use PhysX? I've heard that they use Havoc. For player mantling, climbing anything is by default fair game. For platforms, this holds true as well. However, you can set platforms to have their climbability disabled if you prefer the player not have access to this. How you doing, Mars? Hope your lurk has been nice. We've had some really weird topics today. Good topics, though. Fun topics. Havoc physics for Unity will no longer be included with Unity Pro, Enterprise, or Industry subscriptions. A key feature offered to these paid subscribers. Okay, so what are they replacing it with? Because not having built-in physics for Unity is going to be kind of a problem. I mean, maybe they will use Jolt. I don't know. Or maybe they'll replace it with physics. Physics is their default. Oh, so they had physics and Havoc before, and they're just removing Havoc. Oh, it was an option for subscribers. Okay. I see. Huh. Interesting. This works in the following ways. Maybe misinterpreting that? I wouldn't know any better. As timed platforms only have a mesh override, this easily applies to the overridden mesh. For moving platforms, since they have a mesh or actor override, the logic will attempt to set the climbability status on the child actor or mesh override. Depending on what child actor is used, children components or even deeper child actors may not receive the update. And I think spinning platforms are also the same. Additionally, the Boolean here applies to the base and all arms. No separate configuration on a per arm basis is available. And balance pads are like time platforms. Oh, it does a physics integration. That was the stupidest fucking thing that Unreal did. Is like, I understand that they wanted to have chaos, right? But at least give me an option to use physics as a backup, because it just does perform better. It's way more performant on like overlap checks too. And there's so many games that don't need the complexity of chaos that could benefit from the performance increase of physics, which works just fine. It is super optimized after, you know, over a decade of integration. Who are you documenting this for? Primarily the level designer, but it's also good to have. In the Void Fork, they remove chaos and use physics? Yes, but it is only available on 5.0. And they removed Lumen, and I think they also disabled Nanite, which is perfectly great for certain games. But I would just like to have physics integration with the latest version. But I guess you could always take their code and make your own fork as well. Important note relating to climbability is the user experience. What am I trying to say here? Player expectation is to be able to climb all platforms. Breaking that expectation once or twice may send the wrong feedback to the player. It's recommended to find a different way to set up platforms that avoids having to touch this boolean at all. I think that's good. I like it a lot. Oh. I tried pressing Control-Shift-M like the shortcut shows, but it opened up Twitter. I'm not gonna press that again then. This is kind of like lazy Epic style documentation though, where they just copy the tooltips they put in Engine and then make a table out of it. Faced another state tree thing. Got stuck in my AI move to node and wanted to know why ChatGPT took 4 minutes to come up with an answer. If your AI move to isn't working, by the way, it might still be broken. But you said you were able to get it moving before. Unity source available? Too lazy to Google it? I don't think Unity source code is available. But don't take my word for that. Oh, it doesn't transition as the finished task never calls. Which node are you using for that? And is it in a state tree task explicitly? In the Discord image? Okay, try this one because I had a different node that worked for me because the default ones weren't. Try this. Because this worked for me and it fired everything that it needed to. Although I don't think these are necessary, I just use these to more carefully wrap up the transitional logic. But this is different. This is a different node. This is move to location or actor as opposed to AI move to. I don't remember exactly what issues we had in the days that we were playing around with it, but I do know that that node and those calls worked for me. So hopefully they work for you too. Okay, bounce pads. Those I set up. These are all set up. I think we're good. I think we have everything written here the way that it should be. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the changes we made too. We had to do a little bit of refactoring along with stuff today, but that's good. That's good. Still have some animations that are borked, but the underlying logic of surface materials is still working as well. I don't know how to solve those animation issues, so I will have to speak to an animator. I did see too that they apparently updated the advanced locomotion system to use the new mover plugin, which might mean that we need to completely reintegrate the character movement again for this project. But first I have to play around with it and see. I don't know. Let's worry about that later. All I know is yesterday I came home and I saw a Twitter post that advanced locomotion had gotten an update. And it's apparently a big one and a good one, so we might have to do another reintegration of the character movement. But I'll save that for maybe like the new year or after we play around with it, because I don't know how long it'll take to screw around with it. What did we do today? We refactored moving spline platforms to use meters per second instead of arbitrary units. A big change, good change. Added additional overlap mesh offsets to timed platforms. Isn't that the only two things we did? Oh, also added well, no, okay, so we didn't add an additional overlap mesh offset. We changed overlap mesh offset on timed platforms to be full vector instead of just Z adjustment. Added scale override to overlap mesh offset for timed platforms, defaulting to 0.95 on XY to prevent side overlaps. Hopefully. I don't know if that is robust. And realistically, I don't know how I would solve that apart from like checking if the overlapping component is the player's feet or something. But that might be a little bit overkill. You know, thinking about it now, if we're done with documentation today, we might start the charity streams tomorrow then. I kind of wanted to start them sooner rather than later because the number of game bundles is going to run out. And I don't want to start the charity streams when the game bundle, which is primarily what people are going to want to donate for, is going to run out. That wouldn't be fun. Okay, I mean, that isn't triggering. That's good. It's possible that it wasn't doing that before either, but it for sure is not doing it now. You can double check that. Oops. It wasn't really happening before, but this is just extra safety measure on that. Hey, Midrong, did you do a double take when you saw the stream title? What did you think it said? I mean, better safe than sorry, because like at a 0.95 scale, the player, if they can even get up there, is always going to trigger that, so. Better to have the tool and not need it than need the tool and not have it, right? I said UE5 document. Yeah, I'm fixing Epic's documentation. I've taken it upon myself. I feel like I fucked up though. On the billboards. It's about, yeah, it is. It really is. Weird. Fix their blueprints? I would love to. Can I do this easily before we quit for today? Let me go to the bathroom first. I'll think about it. We only have 40 minutes left of the stream, right? Where's the snack pack? I do have some almonds I bought. I got some almonds. I can't eat too many of them though, because they are pretty high in fat. The good fat though, right? All them unsaturated. Mostly. Yeah, mono. I don't know. Oh, I'm fucking Polish, man. Got this for the manganese. And vitamin E. Cause I might have had a little bit of wine last night and depletes your manganese. Do it.
I'm gonna come.
Twice? What are you, a woman? Oh. Where's my... What am I doing? I mean, I said I'd make it a editor widget. Is there a way to add a button here? JOS plugin are you using here? What do you mean, which one? Oh, Colin Editor does that? Really? 3 versions? It was the... There's a C++ refactored one. I wouldn't mind using that, but I had to splice in a lot of my own stuff to it, including its mantling. I kind of tore apart its mantling and climbing and put in my own mantling and climbing logic. It is pretty dense, yeah. But I like my own logic for mantling and climbing more than I like theirs. Made it worse? Hopefully not. I wanted their animations. I used a lot of the trace solutions that I had already built for this game, and we were just trying to hook up some animations to. Your mantling's all fucked up. Oh, there was also one bug that was in the mantling that we had to fix. That was annoying. I can show you where it is, though. We use this from them. And then these two from them, but everything in between. So steps 2 and 3 I removed and I replaced with my own steps. Hello, robot. How's everything? It's good. Good documentation today. We're just kind of chilling out because I got nothing better to do. We'll probably start our charity streams tomorrow, though. I'm not ready for them at all, though. I have to wake up a little bit early tomorrow and come in here and get that set up. I think I kept their 2 and 3, but I didn't like how they were doing them. Functionally, though, it does pretty similar stuff. What time is it? It is 3:23 p.m. for me. Where was that part that we had to fix that was their logic? You guys remember where that was? I think it was in one of the... Oh, I had to fix the player movement input too. That was wrong. It was in mantling. It was in mantling. I don't think it was this one. This one was what was broken. ML component local to world is incorrect and will fuck up if your object is scaled. This was supposedly supposed to fix a problem, but it didn't. But this absolutely fixed the problem. I don't remember if there were anything else that we changed in here. Doesn't look like it though. Oh, and then I also added similar logic, kind of probably copy and paste, to be honest. Probably should have been a function, but whatever. Added similar logic to tick so that I can print out any sort of context for if the player actually can jump when they are able to. So we run the check every tick to see if the player actually can jump up to a location, and that way if we want to have like a little thing that says press E to climb or whatever, we can do that. But that's unnecessary if you don't want to have something like that. I can make a variable and say call an editor. Or is it a function? Function call an editor. Okay. Copy row data to local. Oh, I see that. Look at that little button. Huh. I didn't know that's what that did. That's pretty cool. I kind of want it to be on top, though. Not, you know, down here. Is there any way that I can reorder that? Hmm. Yeah, that's annoying. UE5 call in editor function reorder. Can you reorder sort? That's from 2014. Details panel customizations can change the order in which properties appear in the details panel. Oh, it's only available in C. Well, lovely for me. That would be a nice thing to have exposed to the base editor. Well, this should be pretty easy to set up actually, because we have valid road data. We can just check if that's true. If not, we can just boop out of there. If so, we take platform data from table and just set platform data. I mean, I don't really think anything else needs to be done for that. Theoretically, that should work. I don't like where it's located, but can't do anything about that. So we'll change around some of these then. Barrel. And then if I set a valid row, these are my timed platforms. Now, of course, it prefers to use that, but I can press copy row data to local. So it did two, it did it. It did do it. Just a little bug with it showing that we're not at defaults, but we are in defaults. But I don't think that's really that. Oh, and it's just visual because the moment you click off and click back on it, it does the recheck. So it's not even that big of a deal. Okay, I thought I'd have to do something more complex than that, but honestly, that just fucking works. And you can just clear this, and you're back to whatever row you set up. That's useful. That's useful. Let's add this to the rest of our platforms then, and then I will add that to documentation. Because it's kind of just nestled down here, and you don't know if it's something you should press or not. I kind of wonder if I could place that in a BPI. Let's check. I can set call in editor. Sure, fuck it, let's try it. Can I force it to have a return so that it is used as a function and not an event? Or is that maybe just able to be done? Implement event, but can I set it as a overridable function? No, I have to give it a output, but that should be okay. Unsafe during construction, yes. Well, that's kind of cool. You can deprecate usage of functions too. Man, I should be using some of this stuff more. I kind of like that. Okay, we'll just output a boolean for success then, since that'll turn it into a function. Won't hurt anything. And if we remove this one, do we see a button somewhere? I don't see it. Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, never mind then. Not putting it in the BPI then. We will keep it here. Column editor. Unsafe during construction. We have a back. Let's put it in the other three. Moving base. Spinning with arms. Yeah, we can't put that one in the base, right? No. That one stays there. Well, I should just be able to copy and paste this into the others. We'll just rename to data config. Okay, so they should exist in all of them. Yes, they do. Let me add a tooltip for this then, because I'm assuming that that will appear in editor. Yes, it does. Okay. Pressing this button copies the data from currently chosen row of a valid data table configuration into the local actors properties. This allows you to copy an existing configuration and then clear the table reference so you can manually tweak this platform instance further. I think that makes sense. Why does it still show test? Hold on. Let me try doing this. Typical Unreal. It still says test. Why does it say test? What are we doing? Wait, because it does say test. The fuck? Am I going insane? Is just it's not saving? Oh, but finally, Jesus. I don't even know what triggered that to actually save. I'm paranoid now. Check all of them. Okay, they all appear to be good now. Let's get that thrown up. Into documentation. Should we just make like a new section for this? Copying row data to local data. You can also copy any chosen row data to the platform's local data using a built-in function clickable via any platform's details panel. It's a bit hidden. And then I'll just copy the tooltip we use for that. Pressing this button copies the data from the currently chosen row of a valid data table configuration into the local actor's properties. This allows you to copy an existing configuration and then clear the table reference so you can manually tweak this platform instance further. So, even if you don't use setup, if you don't, I want to word this, even if you don't set up rows to use throughout multiple platforms, you can set up some base parameters for various types that you can then iterate on uniquely without having to make a child class. I didn't think that would take like 20 minutes to do, but yeah, not bad. More functionality, nice simple function too. Good stuff. Added editor callable function for copying platform row data to local data. Now, if you could do it the other way around, that would be cool too, but I'm not sure I can do copy. I'm not sure I could grab an asset and add a custom row. You definitely shouldn't do that during runtime, but I don't think you can do it during any time, since that would require writing to a U asset. Maybe with a custom function, but it's not that important. Especially because it's not that much data to sift through anyway. Okay, we've done that. And Paxian, you had mentioned earlier the chain and vine constraints for platforms. Something to look into. I think we would have some use case for that. Okay, documentation made. I'm happy with it. That sets me up for Saturday, where hopefully after the meeting we will have, well, I know after the meeting we will have a good idea of what we want to make, and we can actually start to do something with this. can start to get some meshes made, some mood boards, build out a first level, get all these mechanics tested, and start building an actual game here. I don't know how long it'll take though. I guess it depends on what we come up with Saturday and if there are any needs for unique mechanics, but I think there will be. I would like to have something. I don't know. Building generic precision platformer certainly is doable, but I don't know if it's that interesting. Maybe finding some ways to mix in other elements of what we're good at, or I don't know. We'll look for that unique selling point. Or multiple. But it has to be something that I can actually do and isn't going to be, you know... I don't know. I can't predict what'll happen on Saturday. Meaning tomorrow, we will do our first charity stream. Saturday, I'm meeting with Level Designer. We're going to talk about the game. We're going to sit down for like 2-3 hours minimum and just find the goal, find the premise, the setting, the story, the characters. And then we're going to fit our mechanics into that and start rapidly prototyping on a initial level. And then Rex can start on the mood board. I can start adding in additional any like unique mechanics we might need to that. You know, we've talked about like audio logs or something. You know, we're gonna need some UI elements, maybe some puzzles, some interaction. Who knows? You know, that'll just be. I don't know what Saturday we'll come up with on Saturday, so it could be anything. But tomorrow we're gonna do our first charity stream for Make-A-Wish. There should still be game bundles available, so I hope at least. Let me check. Campaigns. Damn, they've raised over 1.2 million pounds already. That's incredible. Yeah, there's still plenty left. Okay, so there are. Oh my god, fucking why is this feature available? Opera. I need to turn that off. There's still plenty of game collections available, which is pretty awesome to see. So I don't know what we will be playing tomorrow, but we will be playing some stuff. Hey, Writing Hippos, are you doing a game jam? No, I'm not doing a game jam. We're making a full game. At least one of them. We just finished with some important documentation for today, though. And my back hurts. But tomorrow and Monday and potentially Tuesday, we're going to be doing some charity streams for Make-A-Wish. And just be playing some games, chilling out. You guys will be able to get a bundle of some pretty awesome games along with it, while knowing that you're helping charity, which is great. But I need to prepare that. Delete my current donation links. That'll be fun. How do you decide between using a struct and data table to configure platforms versus using a data asset? A data asset cannot be imported or exported, so I generally prefer to use data tables in that case. Not that I imagine that we'll be importing and exporting information to and from. I mean, here's the thing, like you can have 10 data assets to have 10 different configurations for a moving platform, or you can have one data table that has all 10 of them in there. I don't know, it's somewhat tit for tat, right? Potato potato. But I generally prefer using data tables just because they are importable and exportable. And so I always find that they just have better use cases, personally. Though I understand why some teams might go with data assets for maybe a more junior design team, because they're a little bit harder to break or a little bit easier just to focus on one row for. I don't know. I'm done. I'm out of things to say. I'm out of words until 24 hours from now. Well, technically 16, because that's when we'll start streaming. Any other topics? Any other weird philosophical questions you guys have for today? Tomorrow we'll see about what games we can play. I want to enable crowd control. That way you guys get to do some fun stuff with me. If you're able to emulate a brain on a chip, does it have moral value? Okay, definitely save that one for tomorrow. I take it back. No more philosophical questions. I'm done. Let's play chess. What could we play? I want to play something with a, maybe something like roguelike. That would be fun for you guys to mess with me on. PoE has crowd control support? Oh no, it doesn't. That's weird. Schedule 1 could be fun. That's pretty chill. Has good music. It's always fun to watch. And my lord, do they have a lot of options for that. Risk of Rain, always fun too. Also good music. We'll see. We'll see, but all the money that we'll make from this will go to charity. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good, amazing rest of your Thursday. We'll be on tomorrow with charity streams. At least Friday and Monday. Our goal is, $100. I hope we can make it. But there's a great set of games that you guys will get from the pack. So if you're wanting to look for some games... Oh, there it is. Here it is. If any of these games interest you, you can pay 35 buckaronis, get all these games, and help out charity. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great Thursday. Peace. Stay warm. Stay awesome. Rex, you will have to pay. Well, actually, you can just look up the team page for it. So, but either way, peace. See you guys tomorrow. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.